हेलो। وہ شام کو جا رہے ہیں بالکل امپورٹنٹ ہے، وہ کیپچرنگ کارڈ چاہیے یار زوم کے بندوں کو دکھانے کے لیے، وہ تو رہ ہی گیا ادھر ہی، وہ کیپچرنگ کارڈ یو ایس پی والا کیپچرنگ کارڈ تھوڑا سا آڈیو بند کرنا ہے۔ ہاں اتاری تھی۔ ہیلو 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 ہیلو، آواز آ رہی ہے مجھے تو یہ سمجھ نہیں آ رہی، اس میں سے آواز آ رہی ہے یہ سمجھ نہیں آ رہی مجھے۔ استاد جی ٹیسٹ کرنے ہی ہیں۔ Hello, my test. Hello, testing. Hello. हेलो 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 वॉल्यूम बंद कीजिएगा ये बता रेडी है हाँ सर मुझे पता नहीं है मैं पूछ लेता हूँ आपसे। ठीक। प्रिंट ही नहीं दिया मेरे ख्याल से पास आएंगे नहीं प्रिंट तो निकाल है हाँ व्हाट्सअप कर दीजिए हेलो 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 चला बुलाना हाँ चला दो क्या चला दो चलो वापस खोलें आवाज और खोलें
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the next match. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, I'm honored to welcome you all to this joint event hosted by the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan on sustainability, disclosures, and reporting. My name is Sunay Zafar, and I am privileged to be the master of ceremony for today's event. Sustainability is no longer a buzzword, it is the critical imperative for all businesses. Pressing environmental, social, and governance challenges. Today, we have gathered to discuss disclosures and reporting and explore how businesses can and are playing their role into bringing ESG into operations. SCP and ICAP have joined hands to facilitate a crucial conversation, and we have a lineup of distinguished speakers who will share their insights and experiences on the subject. I believe that this event will provide us with a unique opportunity to exchange ideas and learn from each other. I would start with requesting my first speaker to come on stage who would like to introduce this topic and the discussion and welcome you all on behalf of the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. She is the Executive Director of SECP, currently heading the Chairman Secretariat International Relations and Systemic Research Department, and is also the official spokesperson of SECP. She's also serving as SECP Nominating Director of the Board of Directors of Pakistan Institute of Corporate Governance. Ms. Reen has over 25 years of experience in public policy, governance, and oversight of capital markets. She has been extensively involved in devising policies and regulations of governing key capital markets, institutions, and in matters related to the code of corporate governance. She is spearheading the team devising ESG roadmap and action plan by SECP. Please help me welcome Ms. Musarrat Jabi.
Thank you, Vinay, for the very gracious and detailed introduction. And on the ESG, definitely, first of all, I would like to give my compliments to Zohra, Zonish, and the rest of my team members. Of course, under the leadership of Mr. ICAP SECP, the chairperson. जो मुझे दी गई थी जी, the very, I would say, formal kind of a speech. I would read it out for you all. But as I was discussing informally with Feroz as well, I would expect going forward to have, such sessions more of informal, interactive sessions where we could all discuss our challenges and, come up probably with, recommendations in each of those challenges. Because formally sitting like this, I'm hopeful, with the panelists speaking on this, very critical topic of ESG, we would, inshallah, be able to, come up with the way forward and the roadmap. I'll be going through and touching about, on in my speech as well. We came up initially with a position paper and later on with a draft roadmap. where we would expect, all of you as stakeholders, to be part of this process and come up with your definitely, ideas and feedback. Because as I said, it needs to be, a team effort. It can't be something which is, over which has the oversight or, is driven by the regulator. So, formally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you, the distinguished guests, the speakers, panelists of today's awareness and capacity building session on sustainability, disclosures, and reporting. I look forward to an insightful exchange of thoughts in perspective of evolving international framework for sustainability disclosures. I'm also keen on synergizing with key stakeholders around a cohesive strategy and tangible action plan based on ESG roadmap and continued feedback post the ESG symposium that we held in Karachi in January 2023. So I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank our partner for the event, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan, for their very gracious support in arranging this event today. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the world is facing unprecedented environmental challenges, including climate change, air and water pollution, and deforestation, etc. Although Pakistan is contributing less than 1% to the global greenhouse emissions, however, it is alarming to know that Pakistan is the 8th most vulnerable nation to the climate crisis according to the Global Climate Risk Indicator, which is concerning and very concerning to all of us, and of course to the government of Pakistan as well, who is also signatory to the SSDCs. So as we all are aware, ESG considerations have become increasingly important in today's business world. The corporate sector is under pressure to not only meet financial objectives of the stakeholders, but also ever-increasing focus is being placed on companies by all stakeholders to operate in an environmentally and socially responsible manner and to have strong governance practices in place. Investors are increasingly demanding as to how a company is responding to climate change impact. Therefore, extensive disclosure and reporting framework will enable investors to make decisions based on how a company is strengthening, synergizing the impact of climate change on its business model, risk strategy, and also the effect on its financial statements. Investors determine the adequacy and appropriateness of a mechanism to mitigate climate-related risk and manage future opportunities. Meanwhile, on the social consideration side, such as labor rights, diversity, inclusion, eliminating poverty and inequalities, etc., also are integral part of the ESG as companies are being held accountable for their actions and their impact on the society at large. So on the governance considerations such as transparency, accountability, board diversity, shareholding structure, and executive compensation are some of the key elements of the G factor in the ESG, and probably one of the most discussed and worked upon element in the corporate sector. In Pakistan, the understanding of ESG, and personally speaking myself as well, the ESG issue and related disclosure practice is still at a very, very nascent stage, and we are all in a learning curve. So companies in Pakistan reporting on sustainability issues on a voluntary basis and following different reporting frameworks. So SCP has taken various initiatives to raise awareness about sustainability disclosures, starting from corporate social responsibility guidelines, which we issued in 2013, to disclose mandated and also disclosure mandated under the Code of Corporate Governance, which was initially signed in 2019, and the various guidelines in 2021 as well. SCCP has remained a strong proponent of a robust disclosure-based regime and easing regulatory compliance. Therefore, a cohesive disclosure regime providing harmonized, comparable, and verifiable information should facilitate stakeholders, particularly investors, in the decision-making process. It will also give a positive assurance to markets that companies are appropriately assessing and are capable of managing the severe cost of risk of ESG challenges for long-term sustainability of capital market and its participants. In this regard, the SCCP is proactively following international developments on corporate reporting, including issuance of draft sustainability standards aimed at providing global common reporting baseline, endorsed by many organizations, including IOSCO. So having set the momentum, it is also important that we collectively look at the challenges in transiting to the green initiative. Foremost is greater need for building capacity of all relevant stakeholders prior to adopting any reporting framework, which we also at the ICCP are agreed on. So the need for a harmonized, comparable, and verifiable matrix, data, and underlying information cannot be stressed less. Further, the cost of adopting a systemic mechanism for identifying, mitigating, managing, and most importantly, reporting is also a challenge for companies faced with industry and macroeconomic. On the implementation side, it is viewed that the diversity of the underlying sector and economic realities is the biggest challenge. Therefore, instead of one-size-fits-all approach, proportionate and scalable reporting framework is practical. However, it is imperative that there is an extensive stakeholder outreach and consultation, collation of consideration of stakeholders' feedback, coordination with relevant forum, and recommendations is sought for adoption of relevant reporting frameworks. This requires extensive time and constant coordination. Further, another challenge enumerates from the reporting framework itself, as it is dependent on the generation of analysis of reporting and assurance of robust and accurate information. Therefore, capacity building of professionals with respect to the unique business architecture, knowledge of systems, processes, and ability of connecting strategic and financial information is a very, very challenging task. The ESG regulatory roadmap by the ICCP is therefore just a preliminary step in starting conversation around risks and opportunities for a cohesive, sustainable agenda and providing the opportunity to all the stakeholders to consider, review, and adopt best practices. The session today, therefore, provides us with an opportunity to meet with all the stakeholders to consider ESG risks and opportunities that ESG ecosystem offers and how to tap unexplored areas for sustainable development. Most recently, in order to move forward a more cohesive approach for engaging with relevant stakeholders on the ESG consideration, we at the ICCP have shared a draft action plan with the key stakeholders, which once, of course, finalized, shall provide clarity to relevant stakeholders on the ICCP policy directions and expectations from each stakeholder, along with associated timelines. As I said earlier as well, that this needs to be a complete teamwork, and that too on a national level. It can't be just driven by the regulator or some of the key institutions. So these expectations emphasize the 4 areas: tangible timelines, where stakeholders are encouraged to consider taking lead as well as partnering with other stakeholders for giving strategic directions to the ESG roadmap for regulated sectors. Going forward, SCCP shall continue to follow a phased and synergized approach through sectoral awareness sessions, capacity building, and moving towards tangible action plan in collaboration with all the key stakeholders of the ESG ecosystem. So without any further delay, I would like to once again thank the participants for being here today and have a great day and wonderful learning experience. And we all, of course, hope to learn from your insights. Thank you very much.
To welcome you on behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan, I would like to request on stage a fellow chartered accountant and council member of ICAP. He is also the president of chairman of Accounting Standards Board and Education Committee of ICAP. Please help me welcome on stage Mr. Farooq Rahman.
Chairman, esteemed past president, vice president, Aslam Khadir, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Let me all formally welcome you all to this very important session on sustainability reporting and disclosures. I do not have a formal speech here, but certainly I'm going to cover certain important aspects of this. It's not all about profit now. As the world is now becoming aware of environment, social governance aspect of the business activities, companies are now increasingly expected to disclose their sustainability practices and report their impacts. we look at company side, there are risks and opportunities in terms of sustainability related issues. When they look at their risk opportunities, they have to strategize how they're going to address those sustainability related risks. From the point of view of the investors, they are looking towards companies to disclose more information on how they are weighing those risks. And at the same time, the investors in the market would like to know how they are going to address those sustainability related risks. In the process, the government can also act where there are requirements with regard to sustainability. An important question there is that we all talk about sustainability and ESG. First of all, let me clarify whether we use the term sustainability or we use the term environment, social, or governance, ESG. That means the same thing. These are the two terms that are used around the world to explain this concept. But when we link this to corporate sector and how this is impacting their business activities, we understand that sustainability is defined as something that create long-term value for the companies. So as I initially said, that this is not all about profit now. You have environmental issues. What are those issues? We have air pollution, we have plastic-related pollution, we have waste production that is happening, we have legal practices that are that there are issues at the corporate sector. We look at the biodiversity aspect of sustainability. This is significantly important to the ecosystem of our Earth. So I can go on and give you examples about sustainability. So how these factors are going to impact the companies and their long-term value, that is where corporates and companies are required to come up with their disclosure. This is a new concept. Generally, when I interact with people, the understanding about the subject is not that significant. So one of the great big challenge that we at the Institute have celebrated, and we have formed a specific sustainability related working group to address and create awareness about sustainability concept. So really the issues that we envisage are that there is lack of awareness and lack of understanding of the subject. Maybe this is because this is a new concept, as I have explained, but this is extremely relevant because around the world, if you want to be linked with the world in terms of whether you are exporting to other countries, and also in terms of our own situation, very recently we have faced the flood-related matters, and these are all arising because of the climate-related issues. So the importance in terms of corporate sector, how these activities, how they are contributing, or how their business activities are impacting the environment, social and governance aspect has become significantly important around the world. Now, in terms of reporting of these sustainability reporting matters, there are several frameworks which were there in the market and around the world. Companies, corporates, and also the regulators for kind of have mandated. And the basic of the main such frameworks was the GRI framework. Global Reporting Initiative was something that was used by corporates around the world in terms of reporting on sustainability. But the entry in the formulation of very, very significant development, and that is the formation of the International Sustainability Standards Board. This was announced, this was established in 2001 and was announced at COP26 session. Since its formation, what they have done is a very, very short notice or very short period of time, they have issued two exposure drafts, S1 and S2. S1 is an equivalent to those who are accountants here, they can understand, is equivalent to IS1, International Accounting Standard 1, which is issued by the International Accounting Standard Board. And that forms really the basis of the presentation of the financial statements of any company. Similarly, the International Sustainability Standard Board, the sister organization under the same umbrella of the IFRS Foundation, they have now issued this S1, and S1, as I explained, is the equivalent to, and today is so really good to cover in this presentation what that entails. S2 is something which around the world has gained significant importance. And when we talk about sustainability, the first such topic that comes to mind is climate, and how those climate-related disclosures are to be made. That is covered in S2. Both these standards were issued, I think, late last year. The comments have been made, exposure draft discussion has taken place, and the International Sustainability Standard Board has announced that this standard and two standards will be issued in June this year. So 1 month from now, these two standards will be issued, and the applicable date for these are going to be 1st January 2024 around the world. Many jurisdictions in the world have already announced the adoption of these two standards, or the other standards that are going to come from the ICAP forum. And also in Pakistan, I'm sure we will be discussing with SSP to how to make those adopted in Pakistan and implement. These are technical standards, and understanding of these standards requires some awareness and spread of the knowledge. We at this Beyond Pakistan are committed. We stand this commitment to support the implementation of these standards along with supporting SCP, have incorporate follow these standards, and we play our role. We have also looked at how we can produce the certification course on sustainability. We are in initial discussion with our technical department, so we intend to have such a certification course. The idea is to have it done electronically through an e-learn, but let's see how it develops. The S1 and S2, these are just two standards, and many of the entities that I have interacted have raised this question about two standards, how these are going to become a comprehensive framework short run to come up with the sustainability reporting. So what I've explained to them is, and probably we'll be discussing in our panel discussion as well, Sustainability Standard Board has integrated in themselves various other bodies which were internationally issuing such related standards. One of the most significant entity organization around the world which kind of had reached, I would say, a maturity stage was the Sustainability Accounting Standard Board. This board internationally had issued 77 industry-specific sustainability accounting standards. Those standards internationally are already being followed by over 2,500 entities. So this is something which is engraved around the world, and those standards which primarily gives the industry-specific basis and what needs to be disclosed. Say, for example, commercial banks, what they are required to disclose, what they should be disclosing in terms of sustainability. For chemical sector, for footwear sector, for oil and gas sector, for transportation sector, for marine transportation, for airlines, all of this is already there in the market. And those 77 standards have been adopted by the ICAP, and in future they will be issued with the under the banner of ICAP. So the S1, the standard that I mentioned, that has that's going to state that doing the sustainability reporting is something is not available in S1 or S2, then you need to refer to sustainability accounting standards, board standard that I have referred to. It's commonly known as SASP standards. These are the 77 standards. So ISSB is in this month in May, they're going to issue another exposure draft, and that exposure draft is going to cover how we are going to internationalize these SASB standards, 77 standards I highlighted. So for the corporates, I would urge companies to start understanding the sustainability related standards and also take into account 77 or the specific, because these are industry specific, not all 77 become applicable on the companies. Very specific industry specific standard is something that respective companies or sectors need to follow. The challenges in terms of implementing, as I said, the lack of understanding, awareness. This session is also part of it, and there will be many more to come. Institute and institute, we have been doing such awareness sessions in the past as well. We will continue to do that. Another important challenge, and that has come by years as well, is the lack of resources. Resources at the companies, and particularly at the medium and small size companies, will be challenging. So I think one of the points that SSP and we can together discuss as to how this implementation move forward. Is it going to be across the industry, or is it going to be the larger entities or the public sector entities? I think that is one important point there. Another challenge, and I think this is we can create a awareness. We will work on how to implement this, but the availability in the structure of getting the data, availability of the data and companies in a structured manner is a real challenge. So I would expect that the profession, because that is how the chartered accountants are trained in terms of how to develop a control system, design report. So that is where our profession has to play a very significant role on making the data, credible data, available to the internal management as well as the user publicly. Also, last but not the least, challenge that I see is the engagement among the stakeholders. I think that is also very important. We have to continuously interact with the corporate sector, with the other organizations we have today, IFC, we have today United Nations Women, and so there are organizations. So we interact with stakeholders to develop that cohesive strategy that just Musarrat mentioned, that there is going to be a national cohesive action plan. We will wait on that, and we will work on that. So then I would like to just give a statement that to address these challenges, we all have to work together. It's not only the government that said that the one party cannot do it or two parties cannot do it. It is going to be a collective effort that we all together are going to do this, and we can just spend and support that the best way to protect the future is to create it.
Thank you, Prasad. In order to do a deep dive on this topic and talk about the global baseline for sustainability disclosures, current progress and way forward, I would like to first on stage the head of technical department of ICAP. Mr. Suhail Malik is a fellow chartered accountant with overall experience of 23 years in senior management roles in leading accountancy firms. He has represented ICAP at various national and international forums, and he is ICAP's technical advisor at Asia Oceania Standard Studying Group. Please help me welcome on stage Mr. Suhail Malik.
Assalamu alaikum. As Farooq Sahab just mentioned, that corporate reporting is evolving and it's and Farooq Sahab just mentioned that corporate reporting is evolving and expanding beyond financial reporting. Companies are now expected to provide information about their environmental, social, and governance performance. And one of the significant development in ESG reporting or sustainability reporting is the shift focus and efforts towards development of a global baseline or set of standards that meet the needs of investors. Companies are now expected to report under these standards, once these are adopted by the jurisdictions, to provide information about their climate-related and other ESG risks and opportunities. This global baseline has also been supported and endorsed by some leading economies and organizations, as Ms. just mentioned, that has also endorsed its formation and the shift towards the global baseline or setting of the standards. While today's presentation on global baseline for sustainability disclosures, my focus would be on 4 areas. Firstly, I will try to explain what sustainability reporting is and why it's needed. Then I will also explain the global approach or international approach in developing global baseline or set of minimum standards that will be used by the organizations across the world. And I will also explain the key concepts of the 2 standards, IFRS S1 and IFRS S2, that have been issued by the International Sustainability Standards Board, and the final version of these standards are expected by June this year. And in the way forward portion, I will touch on the possible approach towards adopting or implementing these standards in Pakistan. So to start with the first. So generally, companies use 3 inputs: water, energy, and material for their business activities. And the result of these inputs is economic benefits, profits, assets, or revenue, and these are reflected in the financial statements. We are generally familiar with this as financial reporting. But there are other, as the companies carry out business activities, there are other elements which impact and which depend on the environmental, social, and governance related matters. So investors have been demanding about the information about these factors because they believe that only the financial reporting for the financial statements do not provide a complete picture of an entity. And they have been demanding information about the sustainability or ESG related, how a company is operating how a company is working with the stakeholders, how a company is managing its resources that it draws upon. So this information so far has been missing from the financial reporting because financial statements are captured. The need of this information from the investor's perspective was identified, and then there is a need for the global baseline, so there is comparable or verifiable set of information that is available for all the investors across the jurisdictions. So in view of this, the sustainability is basically how a company is managing its relationships and resources and how it's maintaining its dependencies and impacts and overall business ecosystem. And the information that is provided by the companies would be in the form of the sustainability report, and together with the financial statements or the financial reporting, this would provide a complete picture of the entity to the investors, and then they can make or draw conclusions about their investments or assess the value of the company. So this is how sustainability reporting is going to take place and how it will meet the needs of the investors. I will also try to explain that why there was a need for establishment of the International Sustainability Standards Board. As Felicia mentioned, that there were various organizations that were working in the space of sustainability. For example, Value Reporting Foundation, there was GRI, there's also ICAP. So they have developed different frameworks. And because of the work various organizations, internationally there was a fragmented sustainability reporting. So different organizations had developed or worked in different areas. Some had worked on climate, some had worked on broader areas like GRI. So there were different reporting, so set of reporting coming out from the companies. So there were, in short, there was a lack of comparability or verifiability and overall global endorsement of particular framework. So because of this, the IFIS Foundation at 426 announced the formation of International Sustainability Standards Board. And the objectives of this board are to develop standards that will act as a global baseline, a minimum set of standards that would be used by the organizations across the globe to report on sustainability related matters. Secondly, it will be focusing on the investor needs. And thirdly, this will enable the work of ISSB or its standards will enable the companies to provide complete information about their sustainability risks and opportunities. And lastly, the approach of ISSB is that it's working with a building block, which means that it will set out minimum standards that would be adopted by the jurisdictions and then implemented by the companies. And then the local jurisdictions or the regulators can further add to those requirements based on the needs of their markets. To further explain this building block approach, I will mention that the financial reporting of the statements are not giving a complete picture to the investors. And what ISB's building block approach would be that with the issuance of sustainability disclosure standards, the companies would be required to provide information about sustainability, and together with financial reporting and sustainability reporting, these will be connected, and this overall report would provide markets. In context of the building block, jurisdictions can add further disclosure requirements based on the needs of their stakeholders. For example, they can bring in GRI related disclosures, but minimum disclosures will be coming out from ISSB. And the idea is that financial reporting and sustainability reporting would be connected. So the same entity will be providing both information at the same time. So at the time of financial reporting, for example, in science, let's say annual period of a company is 32. At the same period, the company would be required to provide sustainability report, and at the same time, when it's providing financial statements. So the investors have both the information, the both reports together, and they can determine or assess the value of the company and make the investment decisions. So the reportings would be connected, and perhaps this would be one of the challenges in fulfilling or meeting the implementation needs. As far as the ISSB's approach in setting the global baseline, it would be issuing three sort of standards, three categories of standards. Two have been issued. Two standards have been issued which fall in two categories. So firstly is the general standard, which would be applicable to all the entities and which would be relevant to all the sustainability related opportunities. This general standard is a cost-cutting standard. So अगर कोई company sustainability report बना रही है तो it has to follow this standard. और अगर इसके अलावा जो दूसरे standards हैं जैसे climate thematic standard वो on particular theme, those standards could be relevant to particular company, for example, climate related or biodiversity. These would be thematic areas, and then companies can pick the standard and consider whether the materials the sustainability related risks and opportunities under that standard are related to business operations. And then, as I mentioned, there are SASB standards. These are industry-specific standards, 77 standards. So far, these have been covered and incorporated within the ISSB or under the IFRS S1, but ISSB plans to issue further industry-specific standards. So the industry-specific standards come under the insurance sector के लिए sustainability का specific standard, oil and gas के लिए. So for example, जैसे SASB standard की example हो, तो insurance में एक requirement है कि आपने कितने premiums या कितने premiums दिए हैं renewable energy के लिए, कितने वहाँ आए, इसी तरह कितने losses आपने दिए हैं ऐसे किसी flood related activities. So this would be an example. We would be operations and business activities down. An important explanation is that not all sustainability related risks or opportunities would be relevant to a company. They generally emanate from the business operation of the company. For example, if a shipping company is working, rising sea levels would be a significant or sustainability related risk to that company. Similarly, if a company has telecom towers, so flooding could be a flooding that could affect or damage their sites, could be a sustainability related risk. Examples of opportunities could be जैसे आजकल हम सुनते हैं renewable energy का, so there could be opportunities for certain companies to go towards making solar panels. Agriculture sector की example हो सकती है कि because we have warmer weathers, companies might have an opportunity to harvest 2 crops in a single season. So these are sort of opportunities. So besides risks, companies have also considered the opportunities that are arising from different sustainability problems. IFRS, ISSB, International Sustainability Standards Board, has issued 2 standards. They were issued in March last year. Consultation process has been done, and final version issued by June. As well as I mentioned, these standards should be the effective date of 1st of January 2024. In our discussions with various other jurisdictions and the regulators, and as well as IFRS Foundation meetings, there is a global endorsement of adopting these standards, and these jurisdictions are closely looking at the developments and IFRS or sustainability standards travel. Now, moving towards the key concepts of IFRS S1. IFRS S1 is a general standard. So a company, if it's required to prepare a sustainability report, it has to follow IFRS S1. Why? Because IFRS S1 sets out the general requirements. So these requirements are relevant to all sustainability. Firstly, it requires that all material sustainability related risks and opportunities throughout the value chain should be disclosed or in the sustainability. An important element is the value chain. Value chain is the expanded boundary, so it goes beyond the entity. So upstream and downstream and environment, etc. So if example is that an entity has supply chain, suppliers, so the suppliers into risk has sustainability delivery also need to be factored in by the entity. इसी तरह अगर customer related है तो वो भी consider करने की जरूरत होगी. And lastly, beyond entity, environment related जो risks हैं those also be covered within the value chain. So this is an expanded, I would say, boundary for sustainability reporting. And again, data gathering or that should be a challenge for all the companies. Is like what is simple example? For example, if a company is exporting products and in that particular jurisdiction, there are certain parameters, sustainability related which requirements, and those because of those parameters, that company might face challenge while exporting because customer hai, consumer hai, it might come out and say कि आपकी sustainability related कहाँ है report, so that we can evaluate and factor in that information within our sustainability. Then it set up the general requirements and guidance. So it discusses your other IS 1 को consider करें stability, जैसे materiality क्या आएगी, then where this should be located. So इस तरह की general guidance is standard reporting. Then an important element, this standard also explains that an entity has to disclose all sustainability risks. And so far, ISSB has issued only one thematic standard on climate. But at the same time, there could be other sustainability related risks. For example, related to soil degradation, quality and soil quality loss for agriculture companies, water stress as an example, human rights violations in a particular jurisdiction might expose an entity to sustainability related risks. So for all sustainability related risk opportunities, a company has to consider not only IFRS sustainability standards, but they also have to consider SASB standards. So अगर किसी company का exposure है या risk है towards water loss, यानी baseline water leaking, so it has to consider whether there is a specific requirement within its SASB standard. So they have to refer back to SASB standard. This is specific, but they might contain certain information or prior information about the company's sustainability strategies. And lastly, for the accountants, it's one is NISA. So that has the general requirements how the report has to be prepared and how the information has to be provided in special protection of errors, etc. in the sustainability. The International Sustainability Standards Board has consolidated the work of other organizations. It has not reinvented the wheel, it has used the work. So in the previous slide, we just discussed that it has used the work of SASB and it has incorporated those standards within its framework. At the same time, for an IFRS 1, the question arises that how a company is going to report information. IFRS 1 requires that a company follows the TCFD. A brief about TCFD framework is that this framework was developed by Task Force for Financial Institutions. This task force was formulated by the Financial Stability Board, and along with SASB standards, TCFD framework most widely used framework today. So TCFD framework should have it requires or it's built on 4 pillars. Number one is the governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. To quickly have a look at what does it mean. So in the governance part, the company has to provide information that how the board of directors are monitoring or overseeing the sustainability related risks. What is the board structure? And within the board structure, how they are overseeing the sustainability related risks, how the discussions of the board for evaluating or considering the sustainability related topics are considered while developing the strategy. So sort of descriptive information has to be provided. Then in the governance part, the entity has also disclosed the management oversight, that how management is overseeing sustainability risks and opportunities. The second part is strategy. Perhaps it would be the most detailed part in terms of sustainability reporting, because here the company has to firstly outline or identify what are the significant or material sustainability related risk opportunities. For example, if the company has identified that flood is a sustainability related risk, then it will outline that what's the time horizon that it considers an impact. Similarly, it also has to consider the impact of this risk on its financial planning or its business plans, and also has to provide information related to the financial statements. So, what would be the possible effect of this risk on financial statements in terms of performance, cash flows, etc. In strategy part, the company has also provided information about its resilience. So it has to be scenario-based information, that how resilient its strategy is to various scenarios. So, for example, if the temperature is rising or rises as a scenario, 2%, how company is going to manage it, how its strategy is going to cope it, whether it would relocate from that area or it will sort of rebuild or bring in new technologies. So such sort of discussion would be in the resilience part, but it would be scenario based and company has to use check for information. In the risk management, company is required to provide information that how it identifies significant risks, how it manages those risks, and lastly, how it is incorporated within its framework for identifying. And lastly, metrics and targets. It would be a sort of qualitative explanation. So, for example, a metric or target, a company could be just the water loss by depletion of water reserves. This can it might set a target for the first 3 years. I will restrict or limit the use of water by 5 years. Next 5 years, it would be 10%. In the next 15 years, it would be 30%. So see the example of metrics targets, CO2 emissions, with climate, this low years, a company might set a target to CO2 emissions and they are setting a target to reduce those by, let's say, X percentage, X years, and so on. These sort of targets need to be disclosed, and the company has also quite information on its performance towards those targets, that where it stands in achieving those targets. So this would be the overall discussion of each sustainability related risk, and for that the company would be using the ICAP framework and outlining or discussing of information under these 4 pillars. Now moving to IFRS S2. IFRS S2 is a thematic standard and it's related to climate related risks. ISSB considered that climate is most an area that requires most urgent attention. So they gave up this standard, and as the way forward, they are now in discussion on developing the bulk plan future standards. So they have the requested for stakeholders' input in terms of their work on plan development next 3 years. IFRS S2 is, as I mentioned, is related to on disclosures about climate related. As mentioned last time, it incorporates the TCFD recommendations, so information has to be provided along the governance strategy, risk management, and matrix. It also incorporates the SASB standard. So any part of the SASB standard that's with the entities sustainability related risks emerging from the climate being disclosed, and it basically discusses 2 types: physical risks and transition risks. Transition risks. Physical risks, examples have floods, so they can damage the entity, affect its operations. These are wildfires. Is another example. So it's these are examples. Transition risks have they generally emanate from factors such as regulatory change. So, for example, if a company is has CO2 emissions, government comes out with certain emission related regulation to restrict the level of emissions. So such sort of regulatory changes can impact the transition risk. Similarly, an example would be repetition. If the company has not acted with the market department in terms of background, for example, in context of human rights, as an example, so it could impact so such sort of risk and transition risk. And the climate related opportunities, as I mentioned, We are ISO 70 because of the nature of operations or the area of operations of an entity. Those also need to be disclosed under our system. Then the transition planning. What are the targets and how company is moving towards those targets? Company has to set targets related to climate exposures, risks and opportunities, and then they have to provide information that where it stands now and where it will be. And lastly, climate resilience. Again, to stakeholder slightly back in the strategy portion, company has quite detailed information. Climate resilience is scenario-based information. So, for example, if scenarios that a temperature rise by 1% in the next 5 years, the other could be that it will rise 1.5%. In two scenarios, the company would evaluate how this increase in temperature is going to affect its operations or its businesses, and what sort of exposures in terms of financial numbers these might gain. Lastly, IFRS 2 requires zero emissions as far as NSP. These are basically coming from the greenhouse gas. These scope points, emissions get disclosure accounting requirement. IFRS, yeah, sustainability disclosure is concerned. The company has to provide this information. In the coming slide, I will quickly explain what is scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Scope 1 is basically what is coming out, emitting emissions coming out from the operation of the entity. So, if, for example, this all made is zero emissions, and because of the operation of the company, this is scope 1. Scope 2 emissions are coming from the electricity or energy that's purchased by the. So the supply, for example, अगर ये electricity जो है वो fossil fuel based है, तो उसकी emissions ज़्यादा होंगी compared to the energy. So this is scope 2. Scope 3 is which are not under the control of the company, which relate to the activities of the company, and these could be downstream and upstream. So scope 3 example हो सकती है suppliers से अगर कुछ raw material लिया गया है तो उसकी transportation का है, if employees are commuting, so these are scope 3 emissions. अगर वो की जो vehicle की traveling है, attending the office, that's an example of scope 3 emission. इसी तरह downstream में अगर customers का है या products हैं company, how they are disposed of at the end of their life. So this is an example of scope emission. Disposal you have to seek emissions from this. So considering the scope of these requirements, perhaps the biggest challenge for any economy and especially for Pakistan, I think ये वाला challenge होगा emissions को कैसे capture करना है. There are international use of local methodologies. For example, China has their own methodology, which is not aligned with the greenhouse standards. So companies can follow the local methodology, but they have to provide this information as part of the sustainability. A couple of concepts which are related to climate. First one is the net zero. Mostly companies will have net zero related information provided. In simplified, net zero is basically whatever a company is emitting and how and the exact amount or close to that amount of emission it is extracting or removing from the environment. It results in net zero. Net zero basically in 2015 then we have to reduce temperatures from between the industrial level. So temperature should not rise beyond 1.5% pre-industrial level. For that, one of the ways net zero. So for example, if a company is emitting 1,000 tons of carbon dioxide, so net zero approach shows that the company, number one, can change technology, go for renewable energy and taking new technology and reduced its emissions to, let's say, 500 tons of carbon dioxide. Because with 500 tons of carbon dioxide, then that's tries to offset it with ways such as by plantation, by forestation, forest so the carbon that it's producing is expected from the system. So this will result in net zero position. Various companies have leading and commitment with that view. This presentation session might explain their plans. Another way of dealing with emissions for climate emission stuff is emission trading schemes. Various restrictions on these schemes. Conception ये है कि because of the carbon intensive nature, the jurisdiction or the regulator sets a cap. So, अगर एक sector है, let's say, as an example, steel manufacturing, regulator or country has set a cap के लिए अगर 1 ton steel manufacture होगा, so carbon emissions could be, let's say, 1,000 tons. If carbon emissions are beyond this, then you have to purchase from the market so that you can emit more. And in this way, the approach is that because the companies would be incurring costs by purchasing carbon emission rights, so they would be incurring costs. They would be incurring costs to manage their operations. So either they reduce their emissions and come within the cap, or they incur costs. So in this way, the trading schemes have they aim to restrict or limit the emissions. Is like the trading schemes have ahead is China that is launched this Asian lastly, an important element of sustainability reporting or global baseline, that is the timing and location of this. As far as the timing is concerned, it has to be at the same time as the financial reporting is done, so that both the sets of reports are available to the market. The ISSB has outlined annual reporting, however, restrictions can consider the addition. Secondly, is the location of sustainability, where the sustainability would be. So it can be ISSB has provided flexibility. It can be within the annual report, along with the financial statements, or it can be a separate report along with the annual report. The bottom line is both the information has to be at the same time, same entity, and has to be connected. So the way forward, though there's a global endorsement and support for the standards, however, we have also seen the complexities and I've noted down a few of the significant challenges. For example, for the SMEs, it's impossible to so far access. Similarly, Professor mentioned the capacity building or the knowledge base, then the expanded boundary. So the company has not only been more about itself, it has also gathered data and put that out as specifications. So there are many challenges. As a way forward, I think these challenges towards adoption of these standards. We think that the key stakeholders in this ecosystem are firstly the investors, the players of companies, then the corporate regulator, the central bank, stock exchange, the practitioners and consultants, the engaged ultimately assurance on these reports, and the professional body of the accountants, because it has to be the capacity within the accounting community, and also the government has to play. So all these stakeholders do play collaborative role towards adopting and implementing these standards. Possible approach would be that we consider the international developments. We engage with the stakeholders that we are doing right now. We create various stakeholders, and then a roadmap is developed or action plan is developed. Capacity building is an important element. Because I just touched on that, how we can build capacity within our fraternity. But at the same time, other stakeholders have we also build their capacity to have a robust system. Then we can consider where we stand in the action plan and readiness of the companies and other stakeholders towards implementing these standards. Then, the last slide is that how companies can. Firstly, approach would be that they look into the international developments, the IFRS standards, what sort of risk and opportunities these standards bring that or relate to in terms of operations of the companies. They also need to consider the current processes that I can do that they are doing right now. And then education of internal within companies is also important. They have to educate their stakeholders about management about developments. And based on this all by the companies, the resources are allocated and new processing of systems are built in to capture the information. And once they are ready, then they can report these.
Well, for this very insightful and in-depth session, we'll have a short tea break. After tea break, we'll get to hear about the best practices that organizations are following. He is on my left side and on your right side, we get the back from.
technical
You are requested to please return to your seats. We are about to resume our session.
सॉरी मुझे वो प्रेजेंटेशन में से मैं कह रही थी अगर वीडियोस नहीं प्ले करनी तो वो साइड क्या निकाल दें या साइड हाइड कर दें 8 और 12 पे इसको हाइड कर दें और 12
क्योंकि वो यूज कर रहे थे लैपटॉप बार बार प्रेजेंटेशन, तो इस वजह से भी प्ले हो नहीं सकी। अदरवाइज अगर ये
आप बेशक लंच टाइम पे
जी ठीक है।
Ladies and gentlemen, we are resuming our session. I request you to please return to your seats. Request you all to please return to your seats. We are about to resume our session. Before the break, we got to understand what is coming up, what kind of standards are required, and of course, its importance. But the next step that comes with every new person who understands this requirement for sustainability is doing what and what can be done. People like to look for role models, people who are leading this, and we are lucky and privileged to have some of those organizations with us and their representatives who will be sharing with us what kind of successes they have had, what are the initiatives that they have taken to inspire us and follow their footsteps. The first speaker that we have here is from Nestle Pakistan. It's a senior public affairs and sustainability manager. She has been working with Nestle Pakistan for 9 years, and during her tenure, Nestle Pakistan got to be the first market in Nestle world to launch the Caring for Water initiatives, where they got the factories certified for the Alliance for Water Steward standards. She is also one of the founding team members of Core Alliance in Pakistan, which envisions a circular economy by reducing packaging footprint and encouraging sustainable and innovative practices. Please help me welcome Ms. Atka Mir Khan.
My name is as he said, and I'd like to take you quickly through what we do at Nestle, and then in the end, I'll talk briefly about how we report on that and what are the sort of challenges that we faced. Is the text appearing on the slide? अच्छा, so I'll start with so पहली slide पे हमारा purpose था which is to ensure a better future, not just today, not just for us but also for generations to come. And that purpose is inspired by the approach that we take when it comes to working within the communities, and that approach is called creating shared value. It's a concept that professors from Harvard and a couple of other professors who were working came up with. And basically what it says is that when a business is working towards, creating profits for itself, it should also work in the community in such a way that it helps address global and societal challenges that exist in the society. So you have to link those challenges with your business, and that is the only way that you will be able to do business in a sustainable manner. जब मैं आगे जाऊंगी, I'll show you some projects, and I hope that this concept will be clearer to you. So Nestle shifted to the CSP approach from CSR about a decade or so ago. And we think that when the ESG framework, came up, our CSV approach is something that helped us make the shift from CSV to ESG really easy. So let's start with environment. This is the biggest area where we have a number of commitments. And the biggest commitment that's driving us is that Nestle has pledged to become a net zero company by 2050. So we want to halve our emissions by 2030. And for that, by 2025, we've set ourselves the target of reducing our emissions by 20%. So 2025 is the first milestone in our net zero journey. And alongside with that, we have a couple of commitments on sustainable packaging. So we aim to make all of our packaging 100% recyclable. And by 2025, we think that 95% plus of our packaging will be. The challenge comes from multi-layer laminates, for which solutions aren't easy to find. And because we are a food and beverage company, the challenge becomes even more harder for us. And then we also want to reduce our virgin plastic consumption by 1/3 by 2025. Then we want to have a net positive impact for our water business. So we want to replace and replenish more than the water that is being used by our water business by 2025. And lastly, we want to take action on responsible sourcing. And what we want to do is to bring back regenerative agriculture, which, not just reduces GHG emissions also, but also aids biodiversity and improves the soil health. So this is just to give you a snapshot of what we achieved in 2022. We saved more than 57,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent gases in 2022 through, taking actions in our fresh milk value chain. Because the first thing that we did when we set our targets was to establish a baseline, and then we saw where most of our emissions were coming. And then that helped us to, target certain areas where we could make the most impact. So our fresh milk value chain, I'm just talking about Nestle Pakistan, that is where most of our emissions come from, and that is where our major interventions are targeted. So we are helping import high-yield cows, we're planting moringa trees, and we're also helping our farmers shift to biogas and solar. Then within sustainable packaging, we've 89% of our packaging as of now is designed for recycling. So that means it can be recycled. We reduced 207 tons of virgin plastic in 2022. And then we have a project in Gilgit-Baltistan through which we collected and managed 700 tons of PET. Then for caring for water, so the amount of water that our water business uses in Pakistan, we regenerated 58% of that volume in 2022 through drip irrigation and also smart soil sensors. I wouldn't like to go in more details, but I know that we have short time. So, if after the session, any of you want to know more details, I'll be happy to show them. I don't know why the text isn't appearing on the slide, but this is just a snapshot of what the kind of projects that we have when it comes to plastic. So there's the Clean Gilgit-Baltistan project that I already spoke about, and Project Trex is something that we have in partnership with World Bank and the KP government. And through that, we are increasing awareness amongst tourism sector in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And then the last one is the Core Alliance, which is the first industry alliance in Pakistan, which is working on creating a circular economy and reducing the plastic footprint. Then this is the caring for water. Again, it has 3 pillars, and we work across these 3 pillars. So there's factories, there's communities, and there's agriculture. I'm sorry, I'm rushing through it, but I know that Laura is very particular about the time limit. So when it comes to, the projects that we have within the communities, my heart breaking at the sight of this slide, but we worked really hard to put them together. But one is the Nestle for Healthier Kids, and that's an awareness program targeted at kids from 6 to 16 years of age. It's unbranded. We teach the teachers about nutrition and the importance of hygiene and an active lifestyle. And then those teachers work in our partner schools, and then, throughout the year, they engage the kids and they pass on that nutrition knowledge to them. Then we have a partnership with Benazir Income Support Program. And what we do is that we train more than 2,500 BIS beneficiaries on, keeping records and the concept of profit and loss and how to sell products. And we've also connected them with a Huat. So, if they want to take a loan to scale up their business, they can take up to 20,000 rupees of loan from a Huat, and then they can scale their business up. And lastly, coming to governance. So what we do is that we right now we're reporting globally more than we are locally, and that is because Nestle is a global company and we've made these commitments and we have to report on them. So we've engaged EY and we've identified 13 key ESG KPIs on which we report year on year. So we made this commitment in 2020 and we started reporting in 2021. Which is not to say that it was a very easy thing to do, because we started in 2020 and how we started maintaining data was on Excel sheets. Then we also had some internal software on which we were monitoring ourselves. So, the amount of water that was used, energy in our factories. We have a software, it's called ShePM. So we started with that. And then now, after 2 years, we've sort of been playing around with the data, and it's not easy because we hired a third party called South Pole to do our baseline and help us identify, where we needed to do what. And there have been a couple of times when they've changed the formula on which they've calculated our baseline. So that means that we've had to redo the data again and make some calculations again. So whenever you start doing it, it's not going to be easy. But if there are some players who've already done it, then if you engage with them, I think you'll have a better chance of avoiding the sort of mistakes or confusions that we've got. So these 13 ESG KPIs, they cover everything from GHG emissions to water use to design for recycling, packaging, reduction in plastic, as well as the number of women that we have within the company in senior management positions, as well as the amount of nutritional servings that we put out in the community. And how we report is that Nestle, they looked at different global criteria of sustainability reporting, and this sort of reporting we do, it's borrowed from 3 or 4 different sources. And locally, what we do is that we publish an annual report every year. And within that CSP report, you can find the key achievements that we've had. So, you'll find the amount of virgin plastic reduction that we've done year to year, and also the amount of water that we've regenerated. So yeah, it's not perfect as of now because locally, we are not required to do the sort of reporting that we're required to do globally. So we are collecting that data and we are reporting some of it locally, but yeah, because it goes into the global headquarters overall data. So we do have robust data needs. So yes, thank you very much. And it feels very rushed, but thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Arpita. Next up, we have corporate HSE manager from Lucky Core Industries. He's a chemical engineer having diverse experience in operations, HSE, and sustainability. At Lucky Core Industries, he's responsible to distribute Sustainability Council in collaboration with senior leadership to develop appropriate goals, metrics, and processes for measuring the company's performance. He's helping welcome Mr. Sagar Mahmood.
Thank you very much. Lucky Core Industries, I'm Sagar. Might be the only chemical engineer. Pakistan chartered accountancy that done the chemical engineer. We've been with this sustainability reporting processes in our company the last 15 years. Started this journey with the GRI, global initiatives, and we're continuing. And as part of our legacy, as well as our commitment to the nation, to the world as well, we have to improve lives through our processes and products. Whether it's soda ash, gas, baki chemicals, or baki processes, in all these ways, we're making an effort to improve lives across the value chain. So I'll specifically limit myself to the reporting processes that we are following. So in the Lucky Core Industries, we are considering ESG not a different bodies like social and environment. We are considering it as one unit and sustainability. And over the last 15 years, we have changed. We have seen its change from the CSR to then sustainability and now ESG. The terminology is being changed, but the core processes are remaining the same. So as part of this journey, innovation, economic stewardship, and overall creating a social economic value for across the value chain is very important for all the ESG processes in the company as well as overall. So our governance structure is very simple and straightforward, starting with the board and then it is management committee. There is a sustainability council in our company in the Lucky Core Industry, which is actually responsible for stewarding the processes in this particular vital area of all the companies in future and currently as well. And this sustainability council is responsible for the performance monitoring, which we do in quarterly basis. Then we have implementation improvement plan, whatever the improvement plan we agree upon. We have to follow that, and that follow-up is done through the sustainability council. And then various initiatives that we took throughout the processes, whether it's in the social area or the governance area or any environmental area, that is gone through that sustainability council and before moving upward, and then communication from the board downward through that sustainability council. And this is how we linked our entire organization from the board to the factory level worker structure. So framework is like any ESG framework, social environment and environment and governance are basically our three pillars. This is a triple bottom line approach that we follow, and we publish our annual report and the sustainability report together, like it was mentioned earlier, that it is becoming better for other companies to follow the same approach, and we are already following that. This is the sustainability council. I would like to talk further about it. Sustainability is not just a KPI. It's basically it's a way of life for the company, and it has a collaborative approach among all the different interfaces and the departments within the organization. It's always very difficult when different departments are looking after different approaches. For example, you need to have employee data and employee value creation through HR. Then the CSR is normally looked after by another committee, and the environment is looked after by another committee. So stitching all these departments together is very important. And that's what the Sustainability Council comes in. And it's one of the key requirements of the governance to the SESP or the GRI requirements as well, that we have to have such a governance mechanism which is very easy to flow and very easy to follow that. And through that, the innovative approach has to be inculcated into the organization so that we come up with different ideas and different techniques to reduce our environmental and eco burden. So that's what the sustainability comes in. Excuse me. We have identified these 17 material topics across our value chain and had a very long debates on this. Definitely, these are as part of the our GRI processes that we follow. It's GRI 3. The material topic identification of material topics is done through that, in which we have to involve various stakeholders, both internally and externally, to come up with these important topics that we report in our annual report along with the sustainability report. And data, as said by the other speakers as well as other participants, the data is importance of the data in a way that it should be very clear, concise, and to the point. So management of this data is one of the critical challenges in the sustainability reporting processes. For that, we have designed an electronic performance monitoring database in our organization. And all the businesses and the functions have to report the data through this performance database where that data can be utilized for any analysis, any further monitoring and reporting process. That is what we are doing. So some of our key impact areas across our value chain are Pehchan, which is a social action program for our company. Along this, we have done some cleanup drives. We have done involved our employees in the education sector, in the healthcare sector, and in other various areas. And Pehchan is a tool for our employees to come up and for a cause. And the employees are given the leaves as well if they want to go for any social work, any social activities. So this is a platform that is given to them. Step Catalyst is one of our key climate action program that we are following in our organization. And under this banner, we have come up almost 40 different small to medium scale projects through which we will reduce our carbon dioxide emissions and the greenhouse emissions by around 80,000 tons per annum. Along with these, the climate action program Greenstorm is another project that is basically a tree plantation drive in our businesses. And we have committed that we'll plant more than 400,000 trees in these processes by 2030. And then the Lucky Core Foundation is working in our value chain, and we are working in the education sector as well as health sector and other sectors of the social economic chain. So with this, thank you very much, and thank you very much for arranging such a session. I think these kind of a session will add a lot of value to the organization and will encourage other organizations to follow these processes. And I'm sure these data reporting processes are available in various organizations. And I won't see any difficulty that we can face in reporting process. However, challenges for the organizations, in my opinion, are two. One, as said earlier, Farooq Saab ne shayad ye baat ki thi ki we are generating significantly in the carbon emission, but only less than 1%. But the top 10 countries which have polluted this world a lot, more than 73% comes from only 10 countries. How we will make that the funding available from the polluters to the actually affected countries like us. So that will be a key challenge for all the organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have some representatives from the faculty group. First of all, we have Ms. Aisha Aziz, the group manages sustainability at packages. She's a mechanical engineer with 2 decades of experience in quality, education, productivity, gender, equality, and sustainability. At packages, she has led collaborations with the ILO, UN IDO, UN Women, PVC, to develop responsible packaging and sustainable industrial practices at packages. Currently, she is working on decarbonization, circularity, energy and resource conservation, responsible supply chain, sustainability, related CR programs, and sustainable reporting. Along her, we have the Group Chief Investment Officer, Sajjad Khan. May I please invite on stage Ms. Aisha Aziz and Mrs. Dal.
Thank you very much for providing this session. ICAP and at Packages Group, sustainability in I guess first things for the E side of the thing, then S side of things going on. And when it comes to ESG, first thing was how to select the relevant. So we selected an engineer, Aisha. She's a mechanical engineer, and then she's been home with accounting standards, framework, things. Because we think that a person with engineering background can handle this better than and second thing, she managed to implement it without hard work. Between 8 to 9 manufacturing companies within the group. So we want to follow the same practices with across the group. Whatever later we have contributed, whatever we are in the learning phase, we implement at a forward years to come. But whatever we are doing, good or bad, we are consistently doing it all across the group. So that is second. And thirdly, what important thing is regarding the strategy side and the governance side. The board is embarked upon all across the companies into this ESG framework, and so are the management teams, and how this is being implemented at individual teams level. So these are 2 to 3 learnings that we have evolved. We have developed a certain sustainability report which we have distributed in various studies that can be checked as a reference, and a short video as well that in the interest of time may be done during the lunch time. And that is how our journey is now. Over to Aisha for presenting whatever she's contributing. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sajjad, for such an introduction. So yes, someone mentioned that I'm the only chemical engineer, so I might be the only mechanical engineer in this team as well. As Sajjad was saying that, this discussion on sustainability and responsibility came about 25 years ago. So the group slogan is creating a better tomorrow. And back then, sustainability was not a term, at least not in Pakistan. So, we've been working on various things. So the video that we'll show you during the break, you can see that there've been huge investments and there are big initiatives which do, when we realize what we've been talking about, sustainability and ESG, they fall under that. So I'm going to take you through, I'm not going to show you the initiative because those can be seen with the video. And we've distributed the latest sustainability report for 2022. We've been publishing this report since 2018. So it's been 5 years. And I will take you through the journey and the challenges that we had while we started disclosing on sustainability. So when we started working on that, we had no idea. So I'll be very candid about it. We didn't know what to put there. And I think it's the outcome of every sustainability professional's work in a nutshell. At the end of the year, you are able to publish a sustainability report. Back then, I was part in Bulle Shah Packaging, and we had a sustainability department. And I was the only sustainability, person who had that the designation. So I was planning to make a sustainability report for Bulle Shah. And when we had this discussion in our management meetings, the suggestion came that why not include the other 4 companies. So the first sustainability report came in 2018 and was the first step. It was a 40-something page report, and there was no group structure at that point. And we just, I mean, it was difficult for us to get approvals on what kind of data should be disclosed publicly. So it was a very basic report. It had company level initiatives and it was more focused on the kind of businesses rather than on sustainability. We became a bit more confident in the next year in 2019. Had that conviction. So we published our second sustainability report. It was a bit more better. It had more storytelling, but still it lacked a group thinking, the group strategy. It was not aligned to any of the standards, and there was still no coherency within the data. So every company wanted to share their best practices. So it was difficult for us to get them on the same page. But still, we decided that we will publish this report, and because it showed all the good initiatives for all the companies, everybody wanted to be a part of it. Then came the pandemic. So in 2020, we published the third report. It was still on an individual company level. We added one more company, Omia Pack, and there were not a lot of initiatives for that company, but we still added them. Somewhat group thinking was seen in that report. And then we started talking about people, planet, prosperity in that. That was the first time we did that. We did mention a lot of group initiatives, but even then there were differences. As you can see in the slides, for the same OHS parameters, 3 companies have reported on different formats. We didn't have any targets in place. There was still no group structure there, but still the report was. So in 2021, this department was formed at a group level. So I was moved from Bullesha Packages Limited on a group position, and my main task for 2021 was to implement the initiatives that I was doing with Bullesha across the group. So I took on the low-hanging fruits and all the SDG initiatives and campaigns. So we just had a very exciting year in that form that the whole of the group was united in that, and there were many campaigns, 20 odd campaigns, and people were engaged from worker level to management level. Everyone was a part of this. So as a result, we had the 4th report published in 2021, which was published as a group. And there was still a lot of shortcomings, there were still gaps over there. But for the first time, we decided that we are going to publish our performance as a group in the best way possible. So there was better storytelling. There was a lot of discussion about what the group thinks. There was mention of stakeholders. Reporting parameters were common. We developed dashboards for all the companies so that we have similar data that will be reported. But still, there were things. It was still a very pretty picture. So it was not still the good, the bad, and the ugly of sustainability reporting. It was all the good part. And from there on, it gave us a lot of confidence that this is something that we need to do, and the whole company was on board. So this in 2021 was a significant year with COP26 talking about net zero, and also the standards that we were talking about this morning. So a lot of our customers, including Nestle, Unilever, and many big brands, international brands, they had committed to net zero by 2050. And since we fall into their scope 3, scope 1 and 2 is what you make, and scope 3 is how you make it. So, and the most significant part of your emissions is how you make that in your supply chain, in your things that are not in your control. So that we had a lot of push from our customers to start disclosing our GHG performance. So when we assessed our state, we did think that we should also commit to net zero, but our approach was to first find out where we are. So we just started accounting for our carbon footprint in all the manufacturing concerns in Pakistan. And then in the next step, we took the certification of ISO 14064, which verified the data that we were reporting on scope 1 and 2 emissions. And that gave us more confidence to take it further. So in 2022, there were some milestones achieved. So we brought the group on multiple global platforms like United Nations Global Compact, CDP,
Eco-awareness in ESG, it's a requirement from a lot of our customers. So it gives us a very good ESG framework, and then ZX. So we did this, and then we started accounting for our carbon footprint. We got a certification on that, developed metrics across the group, which were common, and we could report on that. So it was a journey of the whole year. And in the end, we were able to publish the report that we have just released this year, the 2022. So it strengthened what we learned in 2021. And with this, what we found that we still aren't there yet. And why we aren't there yet is that we are not aligned to any standards. We haven't still reported any of the targets or our actual performance. It's still a very good and a very pretty picture of sustainability, but it doesn't show where we lack and where we need to move. So this is something that we have learned in the last 5 years. And what we're doing now is that we've engaged KPMG. First, what we did was that we identified our existing projects in the ESG, and then we thought that we need some hand holding because we can do it alone. So we engaged KPMG, who's helping us with the development of an ESG strategy, which will eventually result in a sustainability report will be aligned with GRI standards. So this is the journey that we've taken, and I just want to share this project of ours, which is a perfect example of planet prosperity. The biomass boiler in this, which caters to the environmental, social, and governance side, and also addresses the financial side. This is one of it's a state-of-the-art example of industry, and whenever you're visiting, this will be welcome. And if you have any questions, we can ask.
Thank you. Next up, we have a representative from the Forty Fertilizer Company Limited. He is the head of corporate affairs. Mr. Ritzvi is a graduate of IBA and LUMS. He is also SECP certified director and fellow member of the Institute of Corporate Secretaries of Pakistan. He has over 3 decades of experience with Forty Fertilizer in various business capacities, ranging from IT, corporate finance, portfolio management, business development, human capital management, ERP implementation, and currently corporate affairs, investor relations, and the corporate communication. He is also nominated as a PSX PICG ESG Task Force and Steering Committee member. Please help me welcome Syed Imran Ritzvi.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to appreciate the CP, CG, and all the stakeholders for organizing this gathering and make us available and helping us out to achieve our objective in ESG. I will be just briefing you on the disclosures which we are making in our sustainability report, and finally, I would like to make certain recommendations to start with. This is how FFC started its journey. ESG. FFC signed the UNGC secretary became in 2010. Then 2011, we systematic practices and performance encompassing environment, social governance. 2014, we joined UNGC, Business for Peace, and then we adopted in 2015 the International Integrated Reporting Framework. Hence, Pakistan, FFC was the first Pakistani company that operated shared standards. Later on, in 2016, we published targets, important sustainability areas, launched Pakistan leadership conversations. We have been doing this since 2017 till 2022. We have been organizing this session in collaboration with PSX and the white representatives from all the corporate bodies, the stakeholders, and the regulatory bodies. So these sessions are conducted in the last 3 years. Then we started focused on SDGs, chemical and relevant base, and in 2018, and 2019 we adopted
SESP chemical industry standards 2020. We purpose was constantly performing the various trainings and awareness sessions within the organization in order to make our teams trained for the implementation of ESG. Then we aligned our policies and procedures 2022 is still going on. FFC is reporting ESG risk, opportunities, performance, and outcomes according to the international integrated reporting standard. FFC is only Pakistani company reporting in accordance with the set of international best practices and has been recognized over the years. We have been winning, alhamdulillah, the best ICAP and ICAP awards for the last so many years. We have been awarded, our report, study report has been awarded as on SAPA top report for the last 3-4 years. We have been following these standards, GRC standards, integrated reporting framework, upcoming IFRS S1 and S2, and UNGC's 10 principles. We have been fulfilling the PSS minimum SDGs criteria. We are disclosing all the 17 SDGs and what targets we could get, although the PSX requirement is only for the disclosure of 6 SDGs. Now, ESG management in FFC, we have been set up a dedicated ESG committee in FFC, looking after all the ESG related issues. We assure our farmers communities. We have the farmer advisory services working here to look after the farmers' problems. And then the agri services is still active there in Lahore, which is basically meant for the soil testing and the application of various fertilizers as per the soil requirements. We are providing education to the wards of farmers. We have the policies for that imposed. This is the corporate level strategy, social and economic. We have incorporated ESG requirements in our vision and the mission. We are surpassing the PSX criteria by disclosing against all the 17 SDGs, whereas the requirement was for 6 SDGs only. FFC signed ESG disclosure framework, national standards, as I've already mentioned. FFC ESG practices include management reporting of materiality matters on environment, social, economy, in line with national practices. We report on environmental targets. Cautionary approach, we follow environmentally friendly technologies. We invested around 95 billion in 2022 for the purpose of optimization and for making environmentally friendly technologies. Then we are complying with NEQs, EPAs, with smart reporting systems. All waste is disposed through improvement of contractors of SIN protection, environmental protection agencies, and the Punjab environmental protection agencies. Environment management is supported by third-party certified ISO 9001 certification, ISO 14001, and has 18001 occupational health and safety assessments. We are certified. Then this is what we are disclosing in our sustainability report: the waste system, the employer turnover, training hours, increase, gender equality. We have the policies for the gender equality and gender diversity policy. Negative views related to the treatment of employees or we disclose it in sustainability reports. FFC implemented HSE and IMS. FFC is a non-discriminatory equal opportunity employer. We have the FFC has the user digitization for the benefit of the voice of the community. And recently, we have just set up, we have the SAP implemented as enterprise source system. We are just planning to have an ESG module in place that is a customized module based on certain AI areas, and through which we will be able to track the data, gather the data more frequently. Because at present, we are reporting the data in sustainability report on annual basis. So in order to make it a real time, not actually real time, get it more frequently, we should have a very robust system. So we have integrated our ESG module into the SAP in order to get the data more frequently rather than reporting of relying it just at year end. So on the governance side, we have 4 independent directors on the board. We disclosed, and we have 2 female directors on the board. The senior management has relevant experience. This is not what we disclosed into our sustainability reports. We have evident corruption policies, anti-bribery policy, discipline policy, directors' remuneration, shareholder grievance policy, insider trading, code of conduct, privacy policy, investor relations policy, and sexual harassment policy, medical policy. We have been reporting frequently in our study reports for all these policies. So these are certain recommendations which I would like to make PSX, because at present, if you look at the Code of Corporate Governance, we have just 2 clauses related to the ESG. That is also regarding the reporting to the issue the duties of the director, in which the ESG word is used. So we would like to incorporate more clauses into the Code of Corporate Governance. And then any of the categories, whether it is obligatory or discretionary or comply explained, so that it will become mandatory for the listed companies to follow these codes. Secondly, if necessary amendments are required, I would request to make any amendment required in the Companies Act, because in Companies Act and word environment is used only thrice, and that too for the conducive environment in the board or for the shareholders, not specifically for this E for which we are talking here. Then thirdly, the board weightage should be given to the SDGs. Although the PSX has initially it was the 4 SDGs required to be reported as per PSX top 25 criteria. Now they have increased it to 5, and the weightage has increased from 5 to 10. I would request to further increase the weightage so that the companies will be more focused on these implementation of these SDGs, ESG. So ESG basically is index is drive, because PSX is working on the ESG index formation. I'm one of the task force member of that. I would request PSX that when the index is going to be derived, because the ESG reporting is generally done only once at the end of the year to the sustainability report. So this is what I've discussed, that we would like to make it more frequent reporting so that if the ESG index will be designed, the more frequent reporting will be required to declare the company as ESG compliant, rather than just at the end of the year through one sustainability report, you can declare it as a compliant. So on frequent intervals during the year, the ESG reporting and the ESG compliance should be gauged, implemented, and tested. With this, I would like to thank SCCP and PSX for making the wonderful efforts for common aspirations, for common goals, for common aims, and for common intentions to make ESG successful and implemented in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have the Director of Strategic Affairs and Capacity Building from the IFRS Foundation with us, joining us online here. He is a qualified accountant with the ICAP. He was previously the Technical Director at the ISSP and led the development of the inaugural S1 and S2 standards that we talked about earlier. Before that, he was the Technical Director at the Climate Disclosure Standard Board, CDSB, where he consolidated, which was consolidated with IFRS in February 2022. He led the technical work program to drive uptake of the TCFD recommendations and enhance reporting of environmental and social information globally to investors. Please help me welcome online Mr. Ravi Abhivandana.
Hello, thank you ever so much. Can I just confirm whether I'm sharing my slides or whether you're sharing my slides?
Yes.
So,
we'll be sharing your slides and you are visible and audible.
okay, great. Thanks ever so much. Okay, so it's a real pleasure to be here today. Thanks ever so much. I'm sorry that I cannot be there in person, but it's really inspiring to hear leaders in your region pushing on with sustainability disclosures. So with that, I'm very much going to take you through the ISSB's work plan, which includes IFRS S1 and S2. But before I get into that, I'll give you some overall context of the IFRS Foundation. So next slide, please. So here's a general overview of what I'll be taking you through, including, how does this align with Pakistan's priorities and direction of travel, but also addressing key priorities for the ISSB. Next slide, please.
Next.
So for those who don't know what the IFRS Foundation is, this slide looks to very much address that. And the IFRS Foundation was set up to develop and maintain standards that are of high quality, understandable, enforceable, and globally accepted. And the whole purpose of the IFRS Foundation is to empower people with the right information to support better economic and investment decision making. Next slide, please. With that context, this is the overall structure of the IFRS Foundation. So it is publicly accountable, and the IFRS Foundation Monitoring Board includes representatives of capital market participants. And then the IFRS Foundation trustees are responsible for the governance strategy and oversight of the IFRS Foundation. The IFRS Foundation includes 2 independent bodies. So for accountants who are in the room and joining us virtually, you're probably very well aware of the International Accounting Standards Board. And then a couple of years ago, back in November 2021, the IFRS Foundation created the International Sustainability Standards Board, the ISSB. It's important to note that these are 2 independent boards, but they do collaborate to ensure connectivity between these standards, bearing in mind that these 2 boards ultimately lead to material information for investors. So these 2 boards are working together with regards to that connectivity. The IASB is very much focused on IFRS accounting standards, and the ISSB is focused on international sustainability disclosure standards. Both are focused on investors. Next slide, please. So now the remaining few slides are very much going to focus on the ISSB's objectives. As I mentioned earlier, the ISSB will create a global baseline of sustainability disclosures to meet information needs of investors globally. It will allow companies or enable companies to provide comprehensive, decision useful sustainability information to the global capital markets. There's a genuine demand for sustainability information with respect to short, medium and long-term risks and opportunities of sustainability on a company's financial position and performance. And also it will deliver a common language of sustainability related disclosures. I think some of the participants or speakers before me mentioned, there's a variety of frameworks and standards out there at the moment, and it can be fairly confusing for an investor to actually navigate their way through on what's material information for them. So with that context, we're very much building a building blocks approach to our global comprehensive baseline, so that there's investor grade information via the ISSB requirements, and jurisdictions or companies can go further where necessary for policy needs. Next slide, please. What we heard before the trustees had created the ISSB was for any work by the IFRS Foundation to build upon anything which came before it. And we heard that loud and clear, and the standards IFRS S1 and S2 very much build upon investor focused standards and frameworks. And this slide very much communicates to that. And also the consolidation process by the IFRS Foundation to reduce the complexity and the alphabet soup which the sustainability disclosure space has been plagued with as of late. And those consolidations included the integrated reporting, SASB standards, and the CDSB framework. We also have included the work of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD, which was an initiative created by the Financial Stabilities Board. All of these pieces of work have been funneled into the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to quickly take you through IFRS S1 and S2. It seems like you've already been through this, but I'll just reinforce that messaging, which you've already heard thus far. Next slide, please. So when we went out with our exposure drafts on IFRS S1 and S2, we said that the ISSB would address all sustainability related risks and opportunities. It's this standard which does that, and it requires a company to disclose all sustainability related risks and opportunities to meet investor information needs. It applies the Task Force on Climate-related Financial Disclosures structure. So that's governance. What are your governance strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets? And it requires industry-specific disclosures as well. For matters other than climate, it also provides preparers with lots of sources of guidance on how to identify sustainability related risks and opportunities, because we understand that this is new for some. And for those companies, you've got that sources of guidance. It's also important to note that even though the ISSB sits alongside the IASB, these standards are interoperable with other generally accepted accounting principles. So, for example, it could, work alongside Japanese GAAP or US GAAP. Next slide, please. So, key concepts. One of the nice features of the ISSB is that it reinforces the need for consistency and connection with financial statements and sustainability disclosures. So for anyone who follows IFRS accounting standards, there is a requirement for companies to disclose their climate risks within their profit and loss balance sheet, cash flow and notes. And where that does happen, there just needs to be some sort of connectivity. So, for example, if a company has made a net zero commitment, that could lead to a potential recognition and measurement on a company's financial statements. It also requires financial statements and sustainability disclosures to be published at the same time, because remember, this is material information for an investor, and it's useful for them to have the holistic picture of sustainability related financial disclosures, which may include some impacts on the financial statements. And also it doesn't specify a location, and this is because there are jurisdictional nuances on all of this. So we're fairly location agnostic. Next slide, please. IFRS S2. So this very much focuses on climate related disclosures. And this is to be used in concordance with IFRS S1. It incorporates TCFD recommendations fully, and most importantly, adds specificity. It also requires disclosure of material information about physical risks. So, for example, are there any flood risks or drought risks associated with climate on your business operations? And if so, disclose it. Are there any transition risks, so any regulations coming down the pipeline? And also, let's not forget about climate-related opportunities as well. It requires industry-specific disclosures and provides illustrative guidance on industry-specific metrics, which are built upon the SASB standards, which were incorporated by the ISSB. Next slide, please. So this very much articulates the key concepts of climate-related disclosures, so transition plans. So if you have identified a climate-related risk and opportunity, what is the company's transition plan to mitigate that risk and mitigate the actual business impact? It also answers for the climate resilience of your business strategy, so some form of scenario analysis. And it also requires the disclosure of scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. For some of the panelists who are just on before me, this won't be news to them because it seems like they're already pushing on with such information. Next slide, please. So how does this align with Pakistan's priorities and direction of travel? It's important to note that we received comment letters from Pakistan stakeholders for IFRS S1, including ICAP. So we're really grateful for those comment letters. And we heard, you know, including yours as well as other stakeholders, that there does need to be some form of support and capacity building to ensure that IFRS S1 and S2 land appropriately, because this is for some, you know, new territory. And with that context, the ISSB will provide further guidance on how to implement materiality judgments and identify sustainability related risks and opportunities. So we've expanded our sources of guidance to help a preparer identify those risks and opportunities. And there's also support on disclosing against industry specific metrics that spans multiple industries. There's also additional guidance on disclosing current and anticipated financial effects, noting what I mentioned about the connectivity between the sustainability disclosures and financial statements. We also provide guidance on comparative information to reflect updated estimates and the disclosure of judgments, assumptions, and estimates as well. Next slide, please. In addition, IFRS S2 will also be supported with application guidance to support preparers on this journey. And that will include scenario analysis. So using the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures guidance. Investors want quantitative information on this, but we heard that preparers, you know, find this particularly challenging. So we have guidance for a company, guidance dependent upon a company's size, capacity, and resource to actually fulfill those requirements. So if a company is just starting on this journey, all they need to do is provide qualitative disclosures. And then if they're advanced, they would have to provide some form of robust quantitative scenario analysis. So we're very much listening to what stakeholders had said and trying to bring in lots of reliefs and mechanisms to support implementation. We've also provided guidance on how to identify relevant sustainability related risks and opportunities in the value chain, including scope 3 GHG emissions as an example. We've also provided guidance around scope 3 GHG emission measurement for those who are not used to this, and different forms of disaggregation for scope 1 and 2 GHG emissions. Next slide, please. So for those who are not aware, the IFRS S1 and S2 standards will be published later on next month. So that's really exciting. When they are published, those final standards, the effective date will be for annual reporting periods beginning on or after the 1st of January 2024. Naturally, it is available for use before then. If so, a company just needs to state that that's the case. These requirements will be for an annualized basis, and there won't be any requirements to meet interim financial reporting. We also have a 1-year relief to focus initial efforts on disclosure of climate-related risks and opportunities. So IFRS S2 to begin with, and then in your second year, you start disclosing against IFRS S1. So we've built in transition reliefs. We've got a lot of transition reliefs, and I haven't got enough time to actually take you through all of those reliefs, but it very much looks to, you know, address what we heard, and ultimately IFRS S1 is responding to investor demand. We've also have a collaboration with CDP. In that, CDP's platform for 2024 financial year will include IFRS S2 requirements, so that close to 80,000 plus companies can start to disclose against that. Next slide, please. So key priorities for the ISSB. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thanks. So we very much need, we've heard that we need to provide some sort of adoption and application of S1 and S2. So once the standards come out, in addition to the actual application guidance and illustrative guidance, there will also be some form of capacity building initiative. And to that, we're currently developing an e-learning module, and this will include the role of an accountant in meeting the requirements of IFRS S1 and S2. We've heard loud and clear about the need for such a tool to get accountants started on this, but we also understand that some context is required. So the ISSB e-learning hub will be an effort which is supported by IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants globally, to very much fine-tune this package to meet the needs of accountants. And we're very much hoping to collaborate with or hear back from ICAP members on that. We also have an initiative with the UN's Sustainability Stock Exchange to roll out a similar package for stock exchanges globally. We're also working with IOSCO and other jurisdictions on regulatory adoption, and there's also the option for voluntary application. I was previously a preparer, and I very much encourage companies to start thinking about this now, because it takes time to actually refine internal processes and controls and have the necessary conversations that lead to meaningful disclosures. We're also working towards enhancing the international applicability of the SASB industry-based requirements, and we're looking to actually enhance IFRS S2 as well. There is also a focus on connectivity with the financial statements, so working closely with our sister board, the IASB, and look to develop the memorandum of understanding with GRI standards, so making sure that there's interoperability between ours and their standards. Next slide, please. Oh, so fresh off the press, okay, so last week on Friday we released a consultation on our agenda priorities. So when we were created, the ISSB, we said that we would do climate first, but we're not a climate only standard setter. So with that, we now got a 120-day consultation on what our priorities should be over the next 2 years, bearing in mind what I just mentioned about capacity building for IFRS and S1. So this is really, what should our priorities be? Should it be biodiversity, ecosystem services? Should it be human capital, so issues to do with employees and the potential impact on a company's financial performance and position? Should it be human rights, or should it be the integration in reporting? So once again, I'm really leaning upon Pakistani stakeholders to respond to this, because we only react based upon what we hear. So I've left a link at the bottom of this slide for you to get access to that, and I very much look forward to receiving your comments. The deadline on that is by the 1st of September 2023. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And just a quick overview of the capacity building initiative. So we've got close to 30 partners, global and local, committed to ensuring readiness for our partnership framework. This is really to get companies started on disclosing against IFRS S1 and S2. I've already mentioned 2 initiatives, the UN's Sustainability Stock Exchange, as well as the ISSB's Knowledge Hub, which will include the e-learning platform, which will be tailored for accountants to get started. but we very much want to, you know, partner up with organisations to very much scale IFRS S1 and S2, and we can only really scale IFRS S1 and S2 via partnerships. So that, I think that's it now. So if we go on to the next slide, I went through yeah, there's a great opportunity for you to actually understand, you know, more about the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards Board by following us online via, you know, via these different links. So if you've got your mobile to hand, yeah, you can quickly tap in on LinkedIn, the International Sustainability Standards Board, and tick a follow, and you'll get the most up-to-date messaging on what we're up to. So that's it for me, and I'll hand back over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. That was very insightful. We are now going to take a 30-minute break for refreshments, lunch, as well as prayer break. We'll gather back at around 2. See you then. Thank you, Ravi, once again.
Recording in progress. Packages Limited was founded in 1956 with the promise to create a better tomorrow for our people, our planet, and prosperity for everyone. Inspired.
Hello. Hello, my guest. Hello.
Recording in progress. Packages Limited was founded in 1956 with the promise to create a better tomorrow for our people.
Hello. Can everyone hear me clearly? This is just a test kind of call.
Yeah.
Over Zoom.
I can hear you clearly.
Yes,
I can't hear you.
as well.
Just wait a second.
Hi, I can hear you. Can't see you, but I can hear you.
Was- Okay, you can hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think I can't hear you clearly. Andrew, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, it's a little bit broken, but yeah, I can make you out for sure.
Okay. So we can hear you clearly. Next, Nazish, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you clearly.
Great, great. And the guest from IFC?
Yeah,
Can you hear?
I can hear you. You're very clear.
Okay, great. I can also hear you. Okay, this is just a test kind of call. We'll be starting the session in about 10-12 minutes.
Okay, and do you want our cameras on at that time?
At that time, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to resume our session. Welcome back, everyone. We are now resuming our session. We are going to have a panel discussion about the way forwards. I would like to request all the panelists to come on stage. Our first panelist is Mr. Farooq Rahman, Council Member and Chairman, Accounting Standards Board of ICAP. Please put your hands together for Mr. Farooq Rahman. Our next panelist is Mr. Farooq H. Khan, MD and CEO of Pakistan Stock Exchange. He's leading business and financial advisor and a seasoned entrepreneur and chartered accountant from ICAW, Mr. Farooq H. Khan. Our next panelist is Mr. Mamoosh Khwaja, President and CEO, Pakistan Institute of Corporate Governance. He is International ESG and Climate Board level designation holder. Our next panelist joining us online is Mr. Andrew McCartney. He's Senior Financial Sector Economist, Central and West Asia with ADB. He's responsible for designing and implementing large-scale financial sector reform programs. Andrew's role being to advising government in critical financial market transformation themes, including climate, gender, capital markets, and financial inclusion. Please help me welcome Mr. Andrew. Our next panelist also joining us online is Mr. Ifuru Lewis Amatong from IFC. He's a lawyer, sustainable finance advocate, a former regulator. Currently, he is a consultant for the World Bank Group, particularly for the Sustainable Banking and Financial Network and Joint Capital Market Program. Mr. Ifuru. Our next panelist is Mr. Shehzad Ashraf, Project Coordinator for Women Economic Empowerment Project for Pakistan at UN Women. He is a development professional formerly trained in the field of environment and forestry sciences with over 20 years of experience in management, monitoring, evaluation, and implementation of projects and programs on climate change, natural resources, biodiversity, conservation, and sustainable development in Pakistan. Please help me welcome Mr. Shehzad Ashraf. My next panelist is Mr. Mohammed Kamran, Project Finance Expert, SDG Investments and Climate Financing Facility, UNDP. He is a CFA charter holder and investment banker professional possessing over 12 years of experience. Please help me welcome Mr. Mohammed Kamran. And our last panelist also joining us online is Ms. Nazish Sheikha. She has been working to build capacity in both the education and private sector on inclusive and sustainable development since 2008. Her role is to ensure CERB has access to evidence-based research related to responsible business on the private sector. Please help me welcome Ms. Nazish Sheikha. This panel will be moderated by our council member, Asad Firoz.
Thank you, Zunair. Honorable Chairman SECP, Mr. Akif Saeed, past President ICAP, Mr. Jafar Hussain, Mr. Iftikhar Taj Mian, representatives of SECP, PSX, PBC, PICG, UN Women, UNDP, ADP, Vice President ICAP, Mr. Arsalan Khalid, Council members, Mr. Farooq Rahman and Mr. Makbul, ladies and gentlemen. John Paul Richter rightly said, do not wait for extraordinary circumstances to do good action. Try to use ordinary situations. Globally, company boards, executives, and management are investing more and more resources on issues of sustainability, such as carbon, greenhouse gas emissions, energy efficient technology, water use, etc. Almost $120 billion were spent on this cause only in the last year. An important part of the global push towards the sustainability practices involves a need to account for and report on sustainability. In our jurisdiction, chartered accountants like us have a huge role to play in it, along with the other stakeholders, and need to own this initiative as well. Kofi Annan correctly observed, our biggest challenge in this new century is to take an idea that seems abstract, sustainable development, and turn it into reality for all world's people. The theme of this fireside chat, moving towards an action plan, is revolving around the sustainable reporting and creating an awareness in this regard. All institutions being part of this panel discussion have essentially pivotal roles in roadmap developed by SECP for this purpose. Without a further ado, let me involve our esteemed panelists in this discussion. I would like to start with Mr. Farooq Khan. Farooq Saab, how do you see the role of PSX in promoting best practices and collaboration for long-term for issuers and investors in capital markets?
Thank you very much, Ji, and for having me, and really congratulations. It's been an excellent morning of discussions and presentations, and I've personally learned a lot. PSX as the frontline regulator for listed companies, has an important role to play, and our focus on ESG started a few years back, and there has been fair amount of progress made. And a number of the larger, as we saw this morning as well, and as well in the session that was held by SECP in Karachi a couple of months ago, where other companies had presented, that many of the large leading companies in Pakistan are actually, quite advanced on the journey of the reporting on ESG. And we have recently, with PICG, formed a task force of which SECP has also been involved with us in that, as well as other stakeholders, to really see how this can be expanded. But the critical thing which is now happening, as was apparent in the discussions, was that sustainability, accounting sustainability standards have to come out, so that there is clarity on what needs to be disclosed. So far, as we saw, there are many different international standards which companies have picked and selected from to disclose. So from an investor's perspective, it becomes very difficult, because unless there is comparability of data, it's difficult to say what is good, bad, or ugly. And the other point, so as PSX, as a platform, as a regulator, it is not only do we have the responsibility, we also have the opportunity to push this, development further. And for Pakistan, it is a challenge, but also we believe a huge opportunity because we have the opportunity to leapfrog other jurisdictions in terms of providing this information, which is increasingly in demand by investors globally. This is something that we can actually proactively use to build and improve what I call brand Pakistan. So I think it is hugely important, and so it's really good to see that all the stakeholders are focusing on it. I think the challenges need to be recognized also, because a lot of the focus in the current discussion, perhaps rightly so, particularly in view of you mentioned do good in ordinary times as well. We've had extraordinary floods, so a lot of the focus is on environment. We still have a lot of room to work on in terms of sustainability and governance. Whether it's issues like diversity, whether it's issues like mis-selling, etc. We have the work cut out, not just in terms of environmental challenges, which are huge. If you look at the Morningstar, which does a global atlas of the ESG, and in almost, well, not almost, in all three of the criterias, Pakistan is ranked at the maximum risk. I mean, it's not even that, we are somewhere in the top, and particularly in terms of measuring the degree to which companies' economic values are at risk, driven by ESG issues. We are, the highest risk in the world, and this covers just about every major market, globally. And one of the reasons for that is that most of our listed companies are what is now called, old economy. So they are, a lot more prone to these issues, whether it's carbon emissions, whether it's other ESG matters. But I think the important thing is that markets move and investors move at the margin in the delta. So I think if we have good progress being made, I think that is what will be important moving forward. And we as PSX are absolutely committed, not just on the challenge, but also using it as an opportunity for our listed companies. The net zero that was mentioned in one of the presentations, we were involved in that as well. And when it was initially launched at COP26, Pakistan actually had the highest number of companies that had committed to net zero in South Asia. And I think that is an important area. Most of them were led by textile companies who were under pressure from the customers. But I think it needs to be recognized by the companies, even if you don't have customers putting pressure, that both from the customer perspective, but also from the financing perspective, banking lines, the cost of capital for companies that don't comply with ESG in coming years will certainly increase. So it's in their own self-interest to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. You have given us some good points, and you have given us certain challenges as well. So going to Ms. Nazish Shekha, she has joined us online. Nazish, can you hear us? You can unmute the mic.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So the question that I'm going to pose to you is, considering the diversity of corporate sectors, what are your views on the need for sustainability related reporting and how it will help in attracting investment for transition? Nazish.
Right. I'd also like to thank you so much for inviting me here. Today, I'm representing the Pakistan Business Council, which is a research-based advocacy forum, as you all know. And what we do is at the council, we identify what are the private sector needs for value creation and what are the needs to improve the GDP of Pakistan. In 2016, the Center of Excellence in Responsible Business was established by the PBC to build capacity and capability of business to sustainable value creation. So this is a little background about where I'm from. And what we've been doing since 2016 is looking at business indicators and how companies in Pakistan are performing on aspects such as gender, environmental stewardship, the SDGs, climate action, and, at what stage are they how are they at the level of reporting? Are they at a level that they have targets in place, or do they have policies in place? So this is what we've been doing. And what I feel is that when we've done this research is that there are a lot of basic core indicators that all sectors can report on. And this can only help businesses, when they start reporting and have these core indicators, like, the number of women in various tiers of the organization, how many women are there on the board? Does the company have a climate transition plan? What are the health and safety indicators that the company is currently measuring, reporting on, has targets? So this is basically, these are a set of core indicators that I feel that no matter what sector it is, if they start reporting on it, it can only start, improving the understanding of businesses of themselves, and also improving our reputation. As Mr. Farooq has just pointed out, that we in Pakistan, we have been identified as, one of the riskiest countries for investment. It can only, improve our reputation abroad and our market reputation, because there are, what we have discovered in our learnings is there are lot of good practice says also in Pakistani businesses. I know in the morning session, we've also heard from a number of companies. We heard from them as well in the session in Karachi. So these practices are already in place. We just need to showcase them by, disclosing on them more. And that is, obviously the need for sustainability reporting.
Thank you, Nazish. Okay. Mr. Mamoush, you are from PICG. ESG awareness is gradually evolving in Pakistan. What is PICG's experience in context of capacity building gaps, implementation modules, disclosure practices in particular?
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for inviting me and PICG over as well. So if you talk about awareness and interest, as you said, so I can easily tell you that there's a vast increase in interest over the last year or so in the business community here in Pakistan. I mean, if we look at the number of responses we would get on our ESG service 1 year back versus what we get now, it has really increased. If we did a ESG webinar 2 years back, how many people would want to come in versus how many we get right now? So we had a ESG webinar a month ago, and we had 150 people registering for the webinar. That's a good, great number to have. So those sort of indications show that there is a great level of interest. Whether they are very well aware of what ESG is a question mark. As Farooq Saab said in the morning, there's a misconception about what ESG is. That's a different discussion altogether. So interest level is there. Now, in terms of where are the companies at, so this is also something we can somehow summarize and build on what Nazish has said also. We look at it in terms of 3 tiers. So we say that companies in Pakistan are at 3 different stages. So there's an ideal stage, right? And then there's an acceptable stage. And then there is the current stage where people are, by and large, the base of the pyramid is at the current stage, which is just not sure about what ESG is, confused, doing a few things, calling it ESG, etc. But let's talk about the first 2 stages. So the ideal stage for us really is where companies have adopted ESG and integrated it right into their business strategy. In their purpose, in their business mission, in terms of their strategy, in terms of their governance, it should exist there. And that, I think, would be a handful of companies. And that should be the starting point for any company. If we don't get it right at the top, we will not get to the bottom, as what we are talking about here. So we are really talking about how many companies have it at the top. I mean, you heard the presentation from the lady from Packages, fantastic presentation. And she showed us that for 5 years they've been reporting, And there's one thing that she constantly said that she was struggling to get through was the governance strategy or the strategy of ESG at the corporate level. They finally got it perhaps, but that's the journey you have to take. We have to ask the boards, how many of them have ESG governance at the board level? How many of them are competent at the board level? How many of them are really putting it at the heart of the strategy? So those sort of, that level is where we want to reach, and that's not there. Maybe a handful. I think there was a good presentation from Lucky Core, who had said that they have it. So let's see. I mean, if they have it, that's great. But there would be a handful of those companies at the ideal stage. The acceptable stage is what Nazish was talking about. And I think that's a larger chunk. I would say about 50 to 70 companies in Pakistan are currently at that acceptable stage, where there is good work going on in piecemeal, right? There's good work going on in the factories, there's good work going on in HR functions, there's good work going on elsewhere. And they've been doing it for years because that's what they've been practicing. It's a question of how well they're doing it. Is it well integrated? Have some of them are reporting, but they have no targets. Do they have targets for 5 years? No. They're just reporting it versus the previous history, which is good, but they're missing targets. Some of them are talking about we have major initiatives. We want to focus on XYZ. Question is, have they done the materiality assessment? Is it relevant for them? Perhaps not, but they're just doing things which they thought would be necessary. So there are gaps in terms of how we can educate companies on how to go about these processes. And that I think is missing. And if you put that together, then I think that those other 70 to 100 companies that we have can be well moved up to the ideal stage as well. Yeah, so and then there's a rest of the companies which I think require a lot more education. Convincing, I would say they need to be convinced of the benefit, and that'll be the bigger challenge. So that's my answer. No.
Thank you very much, Mamush. I would like to take in loop in the chat now, Afro. Afro, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. I can hear you very clearly.
Excellent. Afro is basically working with IFC as a consultant and is based in Manila. The question that I would like to pose to you is, in context of development of the roadmap for ASEAN sustainable capital markets, can you please elaborate the best practices and how jurisdictions around the world are moving ahead with the sustainability agenda? Afro.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. And like on the other panels, I'd also like to thank ICAP and the SEC of Pakistan for the opportunity to be part of this panel today. Now, when you ask me about the roadmap, I have to say that the systematic way that the SEC of Pakistan has gone about developing its ESG roadmap and its ESG action plan is truly impressive. I have to tell you, when ASEAN, and at the time I was a commissioner with the Philippine SEC and co-chair of the Sustainable Finance Working Group of the ASEAN Capital Markets Forum, which is the grouping of the 10 capital market regulators across ASEAN. When we first started on our sustainable finance journey, we did not have a roadmap. We did not have an action plan. At the time, we were encouraged by a few private transactions funding renewable energy, and ADB, who's also on the panel, was involved in some of those transactions. And we were trying to find out, the question that was posed to us is, could we build a market for ASEAN green bonds initially, and then later social sustainability and even sustainability-linked bonds? Could we build a market for ASEAN green bonds in order to finance sustainable projects, particularly sustainable infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region? And it was very much an experience of trial and error. We first introduced the ASEAN Green Bond Standards in 2017, and then later the ASEAN Social and Sustainability Bond Standards in 2018. Again, we had no roadmap. We didn't really, we consulted with some of the standard setters, but we didn't have this deep analysis of the key stakeholders throughout the region. But very quickly after we issued the standards, we were encouraged at the response from the market, and we began to realize, how promising ESG finance and sustainable finance could be. So just to give you an idea, in the first quarter of this year, 2023, the total cumulative issued ASEAN labeled green social sustainability bonds amounted to something like $39 billion US, with issues across 6 of the ASEAN countries in both domestic and international currencies and across a wide range of industries. So for ASEAN, this was very encouraging. But it was only after this initial proof of concept that we began thinking about the wider ecosystem, right? So when we realized that there was something to sustainable finance and to ESG considerations, we started thinking about, as you mentioned, developing a sustainable capital market roadmap for ASEAN and building an ecosystem to support sustainable finance in ASEAN. And as the other panelists have discussed already, sustainability reporting and disclosure is a key element of that ecosystem. Now, in contrast, if I look at the roadmap and the action plan that's been developed here in Pakistan, it's almost, in fact, it is as if it was a textbook implementation of the roadmap toolkit that the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network has developed. So to give you an idea, SBFN, or the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network, is a network of 78 members across 63 countries, all from the emerging markets, sharing their sustainable finance experience and pooling that together. And one of the outputs of that is, which is now being launched in Cameroon, in Douala, is a toolkit for the development of a sustainable finance roadmap. And effectively, that's what you're launching right now in Pakistan. So it's very encouraging. I have to say, I'm actually quite envious that you're starting out in such a systematic way, and I think it's a really good and an encouraging start for Pakistan.
Thank you, Afro, and especially recognizing this roadmap for which we are having this fire chat discussion today. I would also like to welcome Mr. Amjad Saqib, chief guest for today. Sir, can you come in front, please? Can we have a round of applause? Okay, continuing with our fire chat discussion over to Shahzad Saab from UN Women. Shahzad Saab, how do you see the role of gender diversity on boards and need for data and reporting to support policy decisions in empowering women as decision makers?
Thank you. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity. First, I would like to brief about UN Women. UN Women is a United Nations organization dedicated to gender equity and the empowerment of women. The mission of UN Women is to work towards the elimination of discrimination against women and girls, empowerment of women, and achievement of gender equality. To achieve this, UN Women works with the government, civil society organizations, private sector, and other stakeholders to advocate for women's rights and promote gender equality in all areas of life. It focuses on ending violence against women and girls, promoting women economic empowerment, advancing gender responsive governance, and promoting a gender equity in humanitarian action. UN Women has developed gender empowerment principles, a set of guidelines to promote gender equality, which are voluntary, and these revolve around establishing high level of leadership, treat all women and men fairly, ensure health, safety, and well-being of workers, and promote equality through community initiatives and advocacy. Regarding the gender diversity on boards, it can lead to better decision-making, improved corporate governance, and increased financial performance. Companies with more women on their boards tend to have better representation of women in senior management positions, more gender-balanced workforce, and higher level of innovations. Regarding data and reporting, these are essential tools to support policy decisions in empowering women as decision makers. Government and organizations need to collect and analyze data on gender diversity on boards to measure progress and identify areas for improvement. The data can also help in identify best practices and develop policies to promote gender diversity and inclusion. It is essential to recognize that gender diversity is not only a matter of fairness and social justice, but it is also an economic imperative. Increasing the women representative on boards and leadership positions can drive innovation, improve financial performance, and contribute to sustainable economic growth. Gender diversity on boards is crucial for empowering women as decision makers, and data and reporting are essential tools to support policy decisions in this regard.
Thank you, Shahzad Saab. We have the company of Mr. Mohammad Kamran from UNDP. In terms of identifying key investment ready sectors, what initiatives have been taken by UNDP? Could UNDP elaborate on the SDG impact standards for financing sustainable development? Kamran Saab.
Yes, first of all, I am honored to be a part
Kamran, you need to be a little closer to the mic so that everybody can hear you. Maybe a little louder as well. Thank you.
Yes, dear everyone. First of all, I'm honored to be a part of this discussion and seminar. And I thank regulators and I thank for making an initiative at this level. And I think regulators must hold these type of seminars and sessions on a regular basis, as this can benefit our organizations and actually nations need it. UNDP SDGs Impact has designed management practice standards to guide the businesses and investors to embed sustainability into their decision-making approach. They provide universal management framework for organizations who have confidence that they have contributing positively to the SDGs framework. These standards are already made for the bond issuers, for the enterprises, private equity, and fund managers. The resources are available online, and everyone can have an access of these kind of resources. Recently, in the New York Fair held in the last month, which UNDESA conducted, Pakistan launched its first ever SDG investor map. And the details of that map is also available online. Basically, it covers approximately 7 sectors spread across 15 investment opportunity areas. And the 7 sectors that it covers includes food and beverages, transport, renewable and alternative energy, healthcare, consumer goods, infrastructure, and services. And this becomes possible after an extensive consultative exercise with more than 300 participants all across the country and includes provincial governments, private sectors, and internal development organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamran Saab. Going over to Farooq Rahman Saab. Farooq Saab, how do you see the sustainability disclosures would be affecting the currently reporting in vogue in Pakistan in organizations?
Thank you, Asad. I think this is important to understand. Currently, the sustainability reporting that is happening in Pakistan is not widespread. There are very few companies who are actually reporting on sustainability, and that is also on voluntary basis. Even if you look at those reporting, I think Aisha also mentioned the content of those reports really tells all the good things about the company. Whereas the part which is maybe challenging for that very entity is really not coming out in public. Also, I'm sure those who are following the sustainability reporting, they may have observed that there has been no assurance report thereon. When a sustainability report or any kind of a report that is made public, and that is without an assurance thereon, the reliability of that report is then, is not of that level, and people do kind of think that this is all kind of, giving information that is probably what the company would like to tell more as a CSR or a marketing type activity. So in reality, really, what I would say is that these now S1 and S2, once those are issued, and those companies which immediately start following those, maybe on voluntary basis, and when they write this statement, and those who are accountants or those who use the financial statement, they would understand that this statement of compliance, that this report is prepared in accordance with the requirements of the international sustainability standard is quite a statement, and that gives a lot of credibility. And on top of that, if they are able to obtain an assurance report thereon, the credibility of that report would multifold increase. In terms of providing this credibility from an assurance standpoint, and as you said, that what impact that is going to create on the sustainability reporting that is happening in the country, there is right now no specific assurance standard for sustainability reporting. So what is happening around the world is that people use the ISAE 3000 framework, and specifically in relation to the greenhouse gases certification or assurance. That is where you have 3410 that is followed, but no specific sustainability assurance standard. So let me give this information to you that this is coming, and this will happen very soon. The International Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, they have made a public commitment. Already the exposure draft is at certain stage, which will be made public for comments. And with that, and the number for that is International Standard on Sustainability Assurance 5000. So that is the standard that is going to come out very soon, which for professionals like all the chartered accountants, those who are in practice will be able to refer to and make this statement. So from a company standpoint, my suggestion, my urge to them is to start comprehending these sustainability standards and be prepared to make this statement of compliance, that the report that they have prepared is in accordance with these sustainability standards. And once that framework is there, automatically this gives credibility to that report, to that entity, to the data, to the information that is contained.
Clearly, Mr. Iman spelled out the need for assurance for this sustainability disclosures reporting in this regard, and this is a very important aspect. Now we are pleased to have Mr. Andrew from ADB. Mr. Andrew, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear. So my question to you is, in context of interest in environmental, social, and governance investment, how do you see the role of ADB in accelerating sustainable agenda and addressing the gaps?
Okay. Many thanks. And thank you also for giving ADB an opportunity to participate today and also to be involved in the overall roadmap. I mean, ADB at the highest level, I mean, the sustainability goals are really at the heart of our current strategy, our 2030 strategy, which very much positions ADB within Asia as the climate bank. Now, obviously, that's one part of ESG, but it's obviously a very important part. We have a 100 billion target in investment around being that climate bank by 2030, which keeps us very, very focused indeed. Certainly my experience as a financial sector specialist working across West and Central Asia is that ESG adoption varies enormously. And what I see is that the ESG awareness right from the board level downwards, there is they don't realize that actually you need to build ESG into your governance structure itself. There's also a lot of investors chasing a lack of any sort of investment pipeline. So we may be wanting to do a bond in a certain market, but we just cannot find enough investable pipeline. And I'll come more onto kind of capacity building in a moment. But that, along with a lack of regulation, a lack of performance data, can often make it very difficult for us to move forward, particularly given our focus on developing sustainable finance. There's a massive need to invest towards net zero and also just to upgrade more broadly as part of the development of an economy. And what we try to do at ADB is pioneer in our markets, particularly around capital markets and things like thematic bonds, to crowd in outside investors and private sector. We have a green bond framework, which we've recently upgraded to blue bonds as well. We did the first green bond in Asia, in the Philippines in 2015. And if I'm not mistaken, we got about 20 billion outstanding in green bonds alone in our Asian countries. We also are increasingly focusing in on social impact bonds around water, gender, health, and education. ADB's role, I would say, is firstly to create new markets. We will typically try to come in to do demonstration transactions where it'll be the first time that type of transaction has happened. So we will issue, we'll also credit enhance if needed to make it palatable for outside investors. We'll leverage our technical assistance, our grants often to do a lot of the preparatory side around the transactions. And that's really where preparing the enabling environment. I think when we first went towards these type of transactions, we quickly realized that actually the preparatory work is massive and that a lot of the clients that are interested in going to capital markets to do things like green bonds actually were way off the mark in terms of things like ESG standards, and that we actually had to do a lot of underlying technical assistance with both the private sector clients and also the public sector to get them ready to do these type of transactions. So we do a lot of showcasing around best practice, benchmarking against ESG standards, building investor awareness, international and domestic, working with regulators such as SCCP, which we are today doing, to prepare roadmaps and implement, and also work with things like the state-owned enterprises, which all have a role to play also in driving the ESG agenda, because a lot of our markets, whether we like it or not, are heavily dominated by state-owned enterprises that also have a big impact on the ESG front. So to prepare them also potentially to enable investment. And I think last but not least, our own ESG standards are built into our investment process. So as someone who has to process our investments through to our board, we are assessed on the quality of our ESG due diligence on our clients and requirements. So that, in a nutshell, that's the role that we see we play, both through private sector and also through the public sector, working with governments. Thank you.
Many thanks, Andrew, for sharing the initiatives of ADB. Coming back to Mr. Farooq Khan, considering the stakeholder mapping and draft action plan circulated by SCCP, what key areas of focus do you suggest will be beneficial in moving towards a sustainable capital market? Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Ji. I think it's really great to see the framework that's come out from the SCCP, and we'll be engaging with them in terms of discussing it further. I think what was discussed today in terms of the standard 1 and 2 that are coming out. We have to come up with a path of how do we actually implement that in Pakistan. If there are legislative changes required, how and when do we implement them? And then, very importantly, how do not just the companies, but also the auditors get ready? I think outside of perhaps the big 4, there are a large number of other auditing firms which audit listed companies as well as unlisted companies. And are they prepared to provide assurance on a reason, quite a complicated matter? And for the companies, how do we don't have sufficient advisory and consulting capability within the country right now, for example, to measure emissions and to measure other kind of climate related threats apart from sustainability and governance. Those are relatively easier. And in fact, that was one of the main challenges that came up in the Net Zero Coalition, that neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh had a lot more expertise than we did domestically here. And obviously, apart from the very large companies, it becomes very difficult cost-wise to have advisors and consultants coming from overseas. I think in terms of from an investor perspective, and the reason I'm saying that the standards implementation, I think, has to be accelerated rather than done slowly, because certainly from the international investors, the expectations will move very, very quickly along with other markets. And as I mentioned earlier, this is an opportunity for Pakistan to showcase itself as being very forward-looking. And if we don't do that, we will lose that opportunity. In terms of the products like ESG indices, which are already available in other markets, again, those are not really possible to construct till we start having comparable and consistent data coming out from the listed companies. So I think we have everyone here, I think, has the work cut out, and we are certainly focused on it and believe that it's a very important area for us to focus on.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. More work is good news and has some challenges as well. Okay, going over to Ms. Nazish. Ms. Nazish, can you hear us? Yes, Ms. Nazish, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. My question to you is, synergy is key for implementation, the roadmap, and the action plan. What are key gaps in areas that can be focused, and how PBC sees its role in bridging gaps and creating synergies? Nazish.
So I'd like to first agree with all of the participants on the panel here that the roadmap is an excellent way to go forward. That the roadmap is an excellent way to go forward. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. It's a good way because it will build synergy amongst all of the stakeholders on what needs to be done. In terms of gaps, what we've identified over the years is basically the need to understand definitions and the understanding of definitions. There's still a gap in understanding of what sustainability is, what ESG is, what CSR is. There's a lot of confusion between CSR and sustainability. What is material? What are material issues? How do you, and then a definition of materiality as well. I think with the S1 and S2 coming, a lot of these definitions, the technical definitions will be taken care of, but still, if we do work together in a synergy, I think, we can identify more definitions, and, perhaps also there are gaps as identified in the understanding of what ESG is, the governance of ESG, and in our as a through collaboration, it's only then that we can basically identify targets for ourselves on how will we go around in achieving the ESG roadmap. So that's talking about the synergy that is required. It will require a lot of data collection as well to see where we are in terms of what the baseline is. We do know that a lot of companies are reporting now, or there is a significant number of companies, not even significant, let's just say one of the studies showed that in 2019, there were about 50 companies out of 540 PSX listed companies reporting. So that's not a large number, but still in that number, we can also see where they stand and what sort of reporting are they doing, what sort of disclosures are they doing, what sort of disclosures will we need for the S1 and S2. It's only then that we can actually identify how will we move forward on this roadmap. So these are the areas that we at PBC see that there is a need, and there is a need for both capacity building and understanding. And as a platform, the PBC is made up of 100 companies, of the larger companies. So, and it has its own outreach initiative called SERP that is constantly looking at this data. So we feel that we are in an ideal position to move forward on this, and as we do have an inbuilt data sort of measuring thing. And the other thing that we feel is that there needs to be a lot more networking between the sustainability resources of the organization, because it can help peer learning, and peer learning can help a lot. And it does, if other companies can learn from others, they can jump forward on this agenda faster. So these are areas that we feel are important. And other than that, another thing that the PBC is working on is that we have finalized, we are sort of launching a sustainability directory. So in that, we'll be looking at, we'll be inviting companies to register themselves on our directory, which will basically look at, certain ESG core indicators and identify, and then companies can say how they are currently, where they are currently on these indicators. So we'll be asking them whether they've just got a policy, whether they're they've developed targets, whether they're reporting, and if they're reporting, is there some sort of assurance? Have they gone for some sort of ESG rating? So that database will help companies showcase themselves better, and hopefully meet the requirements of the global investor community as well.
Thank you, Nazish, for explaining the gaps and the initiatives that have been taken by the Pakistan Business Council. Going over to Mr. Memosh. Okay, my question to you, sir, is in context of the action plan, what are the key suggestions moving ahead in areas of governance, capacity building, and need for engaging professionals for diverse boards from PICG?
Yeah, so given the fact that we have a history and a knowledge base of working with board of directors for the last 18 years, we have sort of set ourselves a framework for the next at least 12 months to focus primarily on the board of directors. So last week, we are very happy to announce that we have already launched a board of directors training for ESG it's gone live last week. The first sessions have gone in. So we are going to focus on the board of directors, primarily telling them about the what, the why, and the how of ESG, as we've been talking about, because we see there's a big variation in terms of understanding. So we are focusing on that aspect, and that's going to be the major driver for us in terms of getting more and more board of directors on board. As I said earlier, if we don't have it at the top, we're not going to get anything out of the pipeline. The other aspect of capacity building is what we are calling this sector specific, or I call it the issue specific trainings, because when we talk to these board of directors, they obviously don't understand what climate change is all about. They don't understand why there should be diversity on boards. They don't understand why human rights are important to them. So these are the issues that need a little bit more training or understanding at the highest level, C-suite or the board level. So we are also happy to share with you that we are already partnering with, for example, UNDP, and we have a training developed for human rights, business and human rights. And we are pushing that agenda forward already since the last few months. We are already in partnership with the Asian Development Bank, and we are working on another, let's say, training capacity building on diversity on boards, for example. So these are, I would say, 4 or 5 E, S, and some G topics, which need a lot more understanding at this stage for the boards to really go ahead and push them through the organization. So we're going to focus on those issues. Sometimes it can be sector specific as well. For example, ESG for the financial institutions will be a little bit different than ESG for manufacturing. So we are also about to introduce the ESG for financial institutions program that's going to be rolled out next month. So already, quite way ahead into executing at the board level. The other part is, of course, the capacity building at the middle management level, where we're all struggling, because as I was talking to you also earlier, there's obviously some role for the accountants and some role for the engineers. I would say some role for even the risk managers in companies as to how they can steer it. So there we are happy to also collaborate with a larger group here. We're very happy to collaborate, and we can bring in the knowledge of business adoption. Perhaps ICAP can bring in the knowledge that accountants need to have, and some institute can talk about what the engineering areas can do. And we should collaborate on scaling up this level of training at that level, because that's going to be the hardest challenge. Most of the directors are asking me, you find that you're training us, but where do you find enough competent people to run the show for us on sustainability? And I have no answer, because the question is again, okay, what about the institutes around, business institutes or other institutes? Where are they on this issue right now? So that's going to be the big call for us. But I think we can also step up that effort if we have respective functions, respective focus areas, and we should synergize there to expand that pool as well.
Thank you, Memosh. I think some very wonderful ideas. And I think this whole fireside chat that we are having and different institutions is, I think, a form of collaboration that SECP is demonstrating how they want to take it forward. So it is more or less the way we are going forward. Okay, Afro. Hi.
Hi.
Okay. In view of the action plan suggested by SECP, what do you see IFC's role, and what are the key areas that can be beneficially considered as best practices?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And continuing with the theme of collaboration that you just mentioned, given the level of commitment that has been demonstrated by the ESG roadmap, by the ESG action plan, IFC is very keen to collaborate and to cooperate with SEC Pakistan, ICAP, PSX, to find ways to assist in the implementation and the rollout of this roadmap and action plan. And I believe, in fact, one of our colleagues from the IFC country office in Pakistan, Mr. Mohsin Chaudhry, is actually with you, physically present right now in Lahore. So maybe he'll have a chance later to speak with some of you on what are the possible cooperations going forward. At the same time, I would really love to invite SEC Pakistan and some of the other institutions to consider being a part of the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network, SBFN. As I mentioned, it's a network of 78 members across 63 countries in the emerging markets. It's primarily regulators, but also includes industry associations. And in my mind, it's really a set of friends helping friends try to figure out how to move forward in sustainable finance and to move ESG forward and mainstream ESG in all of our countries. Now, as I said, the roadmap's truly impressive, but we would be happy. The network would be happy to share its collective experience and what we've boiled down into our learning materials and our toolkits about roadmap development and roadmap implementation, as well as there's a working group on sustainable financial instruments. I'm sure that's something we could share with the key stakeholders there in Pakistan, as well as approaches towards taxonomy development and seeing how taxonomies can be a tool to lower the costs and make definitions more easily understandable, not make things more difficult, but hopefully make things easier. And of course, as we've been discussing throughout this panel, improving data and disclosure so that investors and financial institutions can make sound decisions when assessing the level of ESG in a company, as well as tools that we are developing with respect to measurement, see if we are in fact moving forward on the roadmaps that we have set for each other. So I think it would be a great opportunity for Pakistan to contribute its experience to the network, and the network would be happy to share. And I think Nasish mentioned a while ago, the benefits of peer-to-peer learning and synergy. And so this is an opportunity for synergy and peer-to-peer learning across a much broader spectrum. And I think the best thing there is, we're all happy to share our experiences, including the experiences that didn't go so well. I think someone mentioned a while ago about the opportunity for Pakistan to leap forward, leap ahead. And really, there's no reason why you should repeat any of the mistakes we've made in trying to move forward in ESG. And we're happy to share our experience so you don't have to make those mistakes as well. So I think we're in the room and we want to cooperate as IFC, but we'd really like the key stakeholders, SECP, to consider joining SBFN and a wider stakeholder grouping.
Thank you, Afro. Wonderful. Your colleague, Mr. Mohsin, is very much here, and I think he has interacted with most of the stakeholders who are here. Now going over to Mr. Shahzad Ashraf. Shahzad sir, how do you see the role of UN Women in furthering the action plan of the SECP, and what key areas do you see are essential for the corporate sector?
Thank you. SECP has been involved in developing.
A little louder, Shahzad sir.
CCP has been involved in developing an action plan to promote environment, social governance, disclosure, and sustainability practices among companies in Pakistan. The action plan aims to raise awareness on ESG issues and encourages companies to adopt sustainable business practices. UN Women has partnered with the SECP to support the action plan and promote gender equity, equality, and women empowerment in the corporate sector in Pakistan. UN Women stresses on the strategy that integrates gender in the framework. UN Women will play a key role in promoting the integration of gender considerations in the framework by providing
recording in progress,
technical assistance and training on how to integrate gender considerations in environment, social governance framework and sustainability practices. Second, advocacy and awareness raising about the importance of gender equality and women empowerment and adoption of policies and practices that promote gender equality. Monitoring and evaluation and implementation of environment social governance framework. This can be established. This can be done by establishing an environment social governance dashboard that will help track the ESG performance and help in identifying trends and track the progress and communicate and will enhance transparency on ESG performance.
Thank you, Mr. Shahzad. Wonderful thoughts. Okay, Mr. Kamran, what are the key areas, themes in which UNDP can support the ESG ecosystem?
Thank you, sir. UNDP, definitely UNDP can provide technical inputs and contribute to the capacity development of the SDG and ESG alignment. UNDP can also provide investors a platform at the National SDGs Investment Fair later this year to present their projects to a larger community of at the national and the international level. In terms of supporting the ESG ecosystem, UNDP can bring in international experience of being a partner in issuance of ESG SDG bonds with the governments of Uzbekistan, Indonesia, Mexico, Uruguay. UNDP's global team is well versed with the ESG frameworks through the expertise available at the UNDP. GAOP established SDG and investments and climate financing facility. We can provide a technical input in ensuring SDG ESG alignment. Further, UNDP Country Office Pakistan Climate Financing Facility is mandated to work on the SDG aligned projects. Bond frameworks has already been developed as a result. Further, to ensure the investors, another milestone has been achieved and a tool has been developed named as Talk to Transact tool. It is in the next phase, and it will be, inshallah, will be available later of the year, this year. Also, I would like to add the UNDP is also pursuing other innovative financing instruments, for example, thematic bonds, impact funds, disaster risk financing instruments, blended finance structures, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamran Saab, for elaborating the role of UNDP. Over to Farooq Rahman Saab. Mr. Farooq, in context of the action plan, how does ICAP plan to strategize its perceived role in the long term?
Thank you, Asad. I think clearly would say the heart of all the sustainability reporting practices that companies are going to follow. At the end of the day, there is going to be a report published, and which is going to give the required information which the market, the investors, consumers, the regulators, everybody wants. So the standards under which this particular report is going to be prepared, at ICAP, we are contributing towards its development. You heard ISP saying that they have considered our comments. We did a very detailed paper, submitted a paper, what needs to be considered, particularly in the context of Pakistan not being that advanced stage country where we have very large size companies which have significant sustainability related impacts. We are like medium and small entities. So that context need to be heard at the level of ISP, and that is where we have contributed to them. Then once the standards will come, there will be a greater need for the stakeholders to understand what those standards actually say. There may be, situations where some clarity may be needed. So same as we have structure for financial statement related or accounting related matters which comes and where the interpretation or guidance is provided to the stakeholders. So the same thing, the same structure is going to be replicated at the institute level. We already have a sustainability working group which looks after the sustainability related matters. So that is one role that we intend. As Farooq Khan Saab also mentioned that there is a need to have a wider understanding among, the professionals, the chartered accountant firms. So one of those steps that we have taken is to, create awareness among our members. So we have a dedicated, a separate tab within our website. Today, one measure that we took was to invite members who are practicing members, so that they also get aware about what is happening in this particular area. This is included both the large firms and the smaller firms as well, so that this gets communicated. Then at a slightly more lower or a wider level, we intend to have an e-learn type of what that I've also mentioned. That is something that is work in progress. We have also started some work in terms of preparing a consultation paper where what specific disclosures and how this is going to be implemented, because this is comparatively a small group of people, but this message needs to go to a wider level. And there may be comments from companies, which many a times people don't come on a on a forum and make those comments. But then if you have a structure and you communicate through a consultation paper, then the comments do come and they are genuine comments. So you need to understand that, and then you need to respond to that. So we'll be working on the capacity development, simulating this information. We'll be interacting with SCCP, and last but not least, but I congratulate SCCP for preparing this action plan, because the way I see it going forward, there'll be many products coming out of the ESG. I think stock exchange is also already working. There's this is to be prepared, and companies will get listed there. I think emission trading scheme compliance related, I think that is also something in future that we need to take on our radar on a more governmental level. So all these things, we in public interest will continue to play our role.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rahman. Thank you very much for sharing the initiatives that have taken by ICAP, and also the proactive measures regarding formation of the working group on sustainability that has already been made, and working together hand in hand in future for the implementation of roadmap of SCCP in future. Andrew, hi again.
Hello.
Andrew?
Hi
yes. There. What key focus areas would you like to suggest as part of the action plan?
Okay. Many thanks. I mean, just as a sort of a preamble in terms of ADB has been a long-term partner with SCCP in the development of the capital markets over the last 20 years, with 4 large-scale reform programs. So we very much we're encouraged by this roadmap, and we see it very much consistent with where SCCP has been trying to take capital markets. In terms of our existing capital market program in Pakistan, we are already focused on preparing a number of the key stakeholders for ESG with training and capacity building. So, for example, we're working with IFM and PRCG, as was mentioned earlier, on their ESG training for the industry and certification initiatives. So to that degree, we're already starting to work on that roadmap before the roadmap. But we also worked with SCCP to develop the gender bond guidelines as part of the 3rd capital market development program, which I co-led for 300 million last year with the government. And we're also working right now, I lead what's called the Women Inclusive Finance Program, which is a $250 million program with the government focused on inclusive finance for women. And here we're working with SCCP on developing their women equality in finance policy with the microfinance sector, particularly the NBMFCs. And I can say now that there is going to be a very strong focus on responsible finance practices as part of that review and policy. So to answer the question in terms of the roadmap and potentially areas, we can provide, as part of our technical assistance and grant activities, direct support towards the ESG framework and guideline development. I think we need to, as a next step, agree kind of the who's doing what and then drill down on scope, and whether you need, what type of resources you need, and how heavy or light touch you would like the support. Beyond that, obviously, we're very keen on, over time, developing demonstration transactions, as I mentioned before. I've already tried a gender bond as part of the Women Inclusive Finance Program, but unsuccessful. We've also been working on an impact bond for girls' education in one of the provinces for the last 2 years. And I think it's really highlighted to me how difficult it is to get especially some of the impact-related bonds off the ground in a market like Pakistan, but we're still working at it. So that's like where the big 2 areas where we think we can support.
Thank you, Andrew. Sustainability reporting undoubtedly is for the sustainable future of the organizations. As rightly mentioned in SECP in the roadmap document, businesses would only be successful in long term if their models respect the triple bottom line, the 3 Ps: profit, planet, and people. I'm thankful to our learned panelists, Andrew, Afro, Nazish, Farooq Khan, Memosh, Kamran, Shehzad, and Farooq Rahman, long list this time, for attending online and in person for this fireside chat. The responsibility lies on the human race to make amends for the sake of betterment of future generations. On a lighter note, I would like to leave you with a quote of Ayn Rand. The difference between animals and humans is that animals, you can't listen to me? You can listen to me? The difference between animals and humans is that animals change themselves for the environment, but humans change the environment for themselves. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon. Over to Zunair.
I would like to thank the panelists for this very interesting discussion. Moving on to sharing of best practices of sustainability disclosures, I would like to request on stage the assurance partner and sustainability leader at PwC Pakistan, A.F. Ferguson and co-chartered accountant. He is a fellow chartered accountant and a regular speaker at various forums and trainer of this director's training program. Please help me welcome on stage Syed Fahimul Hassan.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so before obviously I start my disclosure related presentation, which is not very long, it's just 20-25 minutes long, but I would like to just invoke a few questions here just to see the interest of the audience. So just a couple of questions. There are more than 200,000 glaciers in the world. In the last 40 years, all have receded except one. So could anyone guess the name of that one glacier? Just your guess. Guess. So that glacier happens to be in this region. The name of the glacier is Biafo Glacier. It is located in Gilgit-Baltistan. Due to some strange climatic conditions happening in the region, this particular glacier has increased its depth over time, while the rest have actually receded. And there's one more question I have. Do you have any idea as to the sea level rise by year 2100? What is going to be the sea level rise by the year 2100?
Just an idea. Yeah. Just say anything, any word. 5 feet, 10 feet. Yeah. No. Whatever is the current level, just the delta. 2 meters, maybe. So it is going to be somewhere around 1.5 meters, 1.3 to 1. Between that. So the impacts are going to be significant, but as we can see, they're going to be over time. So the topic is not that interesting at all. Let me say in the beginning. I'll try to just keep it as interesting as possible. Right. This is the stakeholder pull and business push, a kind of an equilibrium which we have. We see here. So sustainability reporting. There are regulators, then customers, employees, shareholders who are pulling for the companies to do the reporting. On the other hand, the businesses are pushing. For example, your top lines are being seriously affected. Operating costs are being reduced, risks are being managed, and productivity is being enhanced. So there is a pull and push effect, which makes the case of sustainability reporting more stronger. Okay, so this slide is not really visible. It is just to depict the areas to watch out under the environmental pillar, the social pillar, and the governance pillar. Under environment, there's climate change, then there natural resources, pollution-based environment opportunity. Then under social pillar, human capital, product liability. Then we have social opportunities. And then under governance pillar, the corporate governance and corporate behavior. Obviously, this can be available and can be referred to later on. The regulatory landscape. As we see, a lot is happening in Pakistan as it is happening in the world. Mainly, if you look at the key milestones here, State Bank issued GBG, Green Banking Guidelines, in 2017. And then in 2022, ESRM was issued, which is obviously to augment the GBG, and it is primarily for the banking sector, but it is going to affect the industry because the bankers' lendings are going to be affected by these frameworks. On the main regulator, which is SECP, the voluntary CSR guidelines were issued in 2013. Then the Companies Act was issued in 2017, which included a lot of requirements. And then the revised CCG, which was issued in 2019, enhanced those requirements further. The roadmap given by SECP is that right now the phase is going on is advocacy, and from next year onwards it would be the impact assessment. ICAP, as the regulator of the accounting profession, issued the Best Sustainability Report Award in the year 2011. So that was about a decade ago. And then obviously this ISSB, the standards which would be applicable soon, are going to be another milestone in near future. So if we look at if you analyze the reports which have been submitted to the awards committee, this participation is obviously very dismal. In the last 4 years, the participation was between 8 reports to 12 reports. And the sectors represented were oil refinery, agriculture, textile, automotive, and others. So I'm sure there are many other companies which are producing these reports, but they are not contesting for the awards. So this is another forum where we should encourage companies to participate in these awards. The sustainability reporting essentials. If you look at the bare minimum, the essentials, it should include the business completely. All aspects of business impacts linked to responsible business conduct must be assessed and included in the report, that is environment, social governance aspect. Reporting for an ultimate purpose versus short-term image building. Reporting strategy should have an ultimate strategic aim, that is, it shall help your business contain and manage negative environmental and social impacts. Reporting should be transparent. Do not cloak negative by focusing on only positive indicators disclosures. And reporting should be based on at least one standardized rule-based reporting approach. Contextual and comparable. Context of reporting on a specific disclosure should be clearly detailed. For example, you report on total employees segregated by gender because it is a genuine concern of your business to improve diversity in workforce. Use the same KPIs as used by other industry players to make your performance comparable. Use the same calculations, assumptions, and unit of measurement to observe improvement. For example, avoid reporting total energy consumption and kilowatt hours using reference guidance in 1 year and gigajoules using another guidance in next year. So when we, okay. So when we look at the reporting which is done in Pakistan and when we compare it with the regions like Middle East and EU, so if I give the color scheme like green where they're comprehensive disclosures, yellow is in between, and red is like very limited disclosures. And we have reports segregated into these parts: governance, strategy, risk management, and then topic disclosures, including metrics and targets. So we can see in Pakistan, in governance and strategic and risk management side, there are lots of gaps, and there's a lot of improvement required. On the topic side and metrics target side, there are obviously companies doing good, but generally it also requires a lot of improvement. When we compare this with what is happening in Middle East, the governance and strategy side and the risk management disclosures are a bit better, obviously not ideal, but the companies are giving very good disclosures on topical and the metrics and target side. And obviously, when we look at the global reports, especially the EU, they have very, very good disclosures on governance and the metrics and targets, because they have a requirement of assurance also. On strategy and risk management, they have, some companies have very good disclosure, but yes, definitely there are limitations, particularly when you want to withhold certain information which is of strategic nature, and obviously you don't want that to go public. So there are limitations in that area. So let's look at all these three areas separately. The good practices in the governance, reporting on how an independent sustainability council governance body has been set up with clear objectives, TORs, members' participation, monitoring, evaluation, and performance reporting. Linkage between management performance with overarching governance objectives and targets, and then linkage between management performance and remuneration. Obviously, this is not really happening. A lot of companies are giving some data, but there is room for improvement. The challenges are companies report their corporate governance structure and imply it as sustainability governance structure in their sustainability report. So obviously, the corporate governance structure is different, and that is not needed in sustainability report. You need to give your sustainability governance structure. Companies show a sustainability governance body, but do not address the responsibilities and other features. Multiple bodies are referred to like Works Council, Workers Committee, HSC Committee, etc., but a central organized governance structure is often missing. When we look at the strategy and risk management, now we are talking about local context here. The good practices, reporting on how an overarching holistic sustainability strategy with a clear action plan to deliver the strategy in short, medium, and long term has been established with clear time frame of achievement. How does the strategy respond to materiality exercise with due stakeholders' perspective and a thorough risk and opportunity assessment? And how have the resources been allocated to adhere to the commitments vis-a-vis the strategy? These are obviously, some companies are giving these disclosures. The challenge is often the strategy has a lot of text, but lacks clear and defined objectives that are aligned with materiality and risk and opportunity analysis. For example, materiality depicts climate change as a material topic, but no goals, objectives, targets, and responsibilities are linked to either mitigation or adaptation. So if a company says that climate change is a material topic for them, then they should tell us whether they are going for the strategy is for climate adaptation or mitigation, and respectively, whatever their strategies are in that areas. Companies often select water as material topic, but what is the strategy under water is usually missing. A good practice is to show what the company considers strategic. For example, water conservation, conservation, water management, water stewardship, and accordingly, its strategic parameters are set on short, medium, and long term. So just saying water is not enough, is not good enough. What is your strategy? Do you want, what are you doing for water management? On the topic disclosure, including metrics and targets, good practices, reporting on a clear understanding of the topic disclosure and the company's management approach to handle the underlying issues associated with the topic. There are certain companies which are following this good practice. Quantified data, unit of measure, and calculation methodologies to avoid ambiguities. For example, GHG equivalent clearly stating global warming potential, 100 potential equivalents of the types of GHGs included in the calculation, whatever are the gases, and a clear reference to the guidance followed for calculation like emission factor from GHG protocol or any other equivalent. So if you are giving GHG disclosure, then there are whatever gases there are individually, you need to give disclosure of that also. And whatever is equivalent, you show that. Topic performance by clearly linking it to short, medium, and long-term goals. If not achieved, cite a clear reason for the negative performance and remedial measures. So this is a good practice and some companies follow that. A summary on what has been achieved and what needs to be improved further for a certain topic disclosures, management approach, along with a clear methodology for calculation, estimation of data, especially on environmental topics. So a lot of estimations and assumptions are involved, and they have to be disclosed in clarity. Challenges: management approach of a particular topic is often a mix of descriptive text that lack clarity and a strategic approach to manage the material topic, whereas the actual data graphs show the opposite. For example, companies write extensively on how they consider the retention of HR as the top priority with perfect employee engagement results. However, turnover ratio depicts the opposite. So the turnover ratio is showing the opposite picture. Unit of measure are often different for similar topic disclosure, especially for environment disclosures. For example, total energy consumed is disclosed in gigajoules, whereas reduction in energy consumption is shown in kilowatt hours. Few examples. On governance, these are obviously local reports. We have picked some good examples of how the sustainability governance body is set up with defined authority and its indulgence in strategy development execution. So there is a sustainability council, and obviously under the council, whatever are their areas, and then how that council works, what are the objectives and purpose, the composition of the council, and then key responsibilities of the council. So this is a very ideal disclosure. A good example on how to disclose progress linked to overall strategic targets. So this is obviously very few companies show their performance in this kind of summary form, that these are your targets for, let's say, 2025, next few years, to reduce your emissions by 25%, reduce water consumption by 25%, increase use of sustainable raw material by 70%, divert waste from landfills 100%, zero discharge hazardous chemicals 100% to remove. And then your achievements versus targets. So your targets were GHG emissions reduction by 10%, your actual achievement is 1.35%. So this is behind target, but you still show that. And this is obviously a good practice. Then for water, you are behind the target.
sustainable material, you have achieved the target, then beyond target, then solid waste on the target, and then your approach on chemical management. For the areas where they're obviously falling short, there have to be explanations and remediation action plans to be disclosed. Another example of material issues. So if you have listed 6 material issues, what are the targets? What are the actual results against those, and what are your next year targets for these material topics? And this is a good depiction for water availability. Whatever is your percentage reduction is the actual, and then your target for next year is 10% increase in RO water and whatever is further. So this is another good example for material issues along with their actual results and then next year targets. This is an example for materials. So company giving their description as to how they are sourcing their materials, their material consumption, then how much is the recycled, how much is renewable of that. So that is another depiction of good disclosure. On energy, this is interesting. An example of how energy consumption and intensity are reported. Unit of measurement for all disclosures is same, which makes it easier for the reader to understand the performance of the company. So if you look at energy consumed within organization non-renewable, gigajoules, 392,000 for the current year, 21. Renewable gigajoules, 14,890. And then total consumed is the sum of that. And then intensity is given in energy use per vehicle, which is 6.89 gigajoules per unit. So this looks like a good disclosure, but there is something more to it. There's some more disclosure required. Any idea as to what is missing here? Anybody could guess? Those who are engaged in another session could be engaged in this session. So what could be further included in this disclosure to make it ideal disclosure, very good disclosure? Without? Source of energy, right. The energy mix, the fuel mix, and what are your actual targets for, what you have done here is against some target. So, and what is your strategy? Are you going for renewables? And what kind of renewables? Solar, wind, whatever. So a lot of further explanation, the management approach has to be there. Emissions, this is another interesting one. An example of how scope-wise emissions are reported along description of GHG gases included and initiative for emission reductions. However, there are obviously certain things which you would like to be there. So you can see company is not doing that great. Scope 1 emissions were 123,000 metric tons in 18, and it has gone down and come back to the same level by year 22. So scope 1, it has come back to that level. And scope 2 obviously has increased. So what could be added here? What is missing? Emissions. This is very interesting and important area. Anybody could just your thoughts. Yeah. Okay. Right. And your sources of emission, that is also a requirement, where the emissions are coming from. Scope 1, obviously, there is great movement. So you need to give your strategy as to what you're going to do about it. Emissions, if you are going to reduce in the next years, so what are your targets and how you're going to achieve that target? So I think the management approach and your strategy, that is very much missing. Take it. Omar?
So there's one more thing here in this slide about energy and the way it is being represented. Motive can be more text or maybe confusion or maybe trying to say that these are two separate projects. But waste heat recovery is mentioned in both the cases, right? Sabir Saab, am I correct? So if you are reporting on waste heat recovery, then include all the initiatives in waste heat recovery. Why are you segregating them on two paragraphs? So as a reader, what will I think of it? Because somewhere here, waste heat recovery will be channelized as energy which has been saved. And somewhere in the report, they will be mentioning equivalent amount of fuels which have been saved. Yeah. Yeah. But ultimately they are saving some sort of energy, right? So this can be an initiative of energy savings or energy recovery. But so what I'm trying to say is that both are pointing to the same sort of recovery, heat recovery is there, right? So technologies might be different, but under the heat recovery or reusing of heat, this might be material, right? So if you have many initiatives, try to list them down. I mean, this can be on a single heading and both topics can be downstairs, right? Coming after that, but showing them. No, there is no standard requirement. Yeah. So visually, there is no standard requirement on many things, right? Because this is a management approach that we are seeing here. But ideally, it should be a way that it forms a story or it forms a sequence. So if we have too many things, just depicting one thing, which is trying to get
Okay.
the heat recovery.
Omar, we have to wrap it.
Yeah.
Okay, so because there has to be consistency across the reporting and the linkages should be there. So if you look at the energy reduction here, it says 25,000 metric tons, right? But if you look at the waste heat recovery savings, it says 13,000. So obviously there are some other projects also. So what we are saying is that it should be consistent and it should be linked. And energy and emissions are both connected, right? So when we look at energy consumption, and if it is going upwards, the emissions should also be going in the same direction, right? And if there are initiatives to counter that, then you should disclose them. So there's so many linkages within the report, which are actually, if you take any report out and you try to compare the data within that, is it consistent? You will find many gaps. But we are not here to identify that these are the problems. What we are saying is that once ISSB is there, it will make more sense, because ISSB is done by accountants, and it is to ensure that consistent data travels across the information channels. So this is another example of water and then waste. Obviously, this is a good disclosure. That's why we have included, but it can be further improved. It says about how hazardous material, the non-hazardous material, how it is disposed of, what are the procedures. So very good disclosure. And also for water, what are the withdrawals by source, then the consumption, then obviously the difference between the two is going back to the system and where it is going.
So if I may,
yeah.
just last thing, yeah. So in water, in materials, once just go, no, one slide down. On waste.
Waste.
So here, waste, hazardous material is there, but what are the quantities of those hazardous materials? It's a good practice to show them. And once we come down on the next slide.
That's it.
This was raised. Okay.
Okay.
So
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's hear from our chief guest. Our chief guest needs no introduction. He is chairman and founder of Akhwat Foundation, world's largest microfinance organization, recognized not only in Pakistan but internationally. Please help me welcome with a huge round of applause, Dr. Amjad Saqib.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। इंतहाई काबिल एहतराम जनाब आकिब सईद साहब, चेयरमैन SCCP, और इस छत के नीचे आज इतने इंटेलेक्चुअल्स और दानश्वर और फहम और फरासत पे हामिल अफराद बैठे हैं कि आई एम एक्सट्रीमली प्रिविलेज्ड कि मुझे आपने यहाँ गुफ्तगू का मौका दिया। बहुत सी बातें मैंने सुनी, बहुत सी चीज़ें। तो सबसे पहले तो मैं मशकूर हूँ SCCP का कि उन्होंने सिर्फ रेगुलेटर का रोल नहीं है, प्राइमरीली तो रेगुलेट करते हैं, बट द पॉइंट इज कि जिस तरीके से इनेबलर और फैसिलिटेटर और प्रमोटर इन नर्चरिंग ऑल दीज थिंग्स, तो मैं उस पर मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूँ कि रेगुलेशन ज़ाहिर है हम सब उसके पाबंद हैं, लेकिन एक अदारे का मकसद अगर थोड़ा सा वसअत इख्तियार कर ले, जैसे मैं कहता हूँ कि एक रजाकार वो है जो अपनी ज़ात के हिसार से निकल के दूसरों के बारे में सोचे। तो कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूशन अगर थोड़ा सा ऐसा काम करे जिससे क्वालिटी और जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म है और जो ख़ास तौर पर जो मायूसी और बददिली हमारे मुल्क में है कि अदारों के लिए काम करना कुछ मुश्किल होता जाता है, तो नए आइडियाज से मुतारफ करवाना और फिर उसको इनकरेज करना और फिर खुद चेयरमैन का उसमें शरीक होना, तो ये बहुत एक काबिल तारीफ और मैं इसके लिए मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूँ SCCP की सारी टीम को और इनकी लीडरशिप को। दूसरी ये कि मुझे आपने ये इज्जत बख्शी, तो मैं तो हरगज़ ये सारी चीज़ें जो बताई गई हैं इनको समझता नहीं हूँ, इनको तो आप ही समझते हैं और आप ही दूसरों को बता सकते हैं। वो क्या कहा, मीर का एक बड़ा मशहूर शेर है कि सब मीर को देते हैं जगह आंखों पे अपनी, इस खाके रहे इश्क का एजाज तो देखो। तो मुझे जो ये एजाज मिला वो मुआखात की वजह से मिला, जो हमने एक तसव्वुर दोहराने की कोशिश की नबी पाक सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम का, और हमने फिर एक इनोवेशन आप समझ लें, एक जद्दत है या एक पुरानी रवायत को दोहराने की कोशिश है, और फिर सूद के बगैर हमने कहा कि एक मुआशी निज़ाम का एक हिस्सा जिसको हम लैंडिंग कहते हैं उसको तजर्बा किया जाए। तो मैं उसके लिए भी बहुत मशकूर हूँ आपका। तो मैंने जितनी गुफ्तगू सुनी और थोड़ा सा मैं जो जानता हूँ, तो ये सारी की सारी गुफ्तगू अल्टीमेटली क्रिस्टलाइज होती है, जाके व्यवस्थ होती है SDGs में, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल जो 16, 17 या 18 जिस पर हम पाबंद हैं बहैसियत कौम, हमने दस्तखत किए हुए हैं यूनाइटेड नेशंस और दुनिया के जो सैकड़ों ममालिक हैं उनके साथ। तो उन SDGs को अचीव करना न सिर्फ एक बैनुल अक़वामी ज़िम्मेदारी है बल्कि एक समाजी ज़िम्मेदारी भी और एक इखलाकी ज़िम्मेदारी भी है। पिछले दिनों मैं कोई देख रहा था, एक शख्स ने कुछ हदीसे मुबारका लिखी हुई थी और इस तरफ SDGs लिखे हुए थे। तो वो ये कह रहा था कि ये SDGs एक नए जाम में पुरानी शराब है। ये तो वही असूल हैं, वही पैगाम हैं जो नबी पाक सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने हमें दिए। उस हवाले से भी हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि न सिर्फ एक इंटरनेशनल फोरम बल्कि एक सियासी, समाजी, मुआशी और इखलाकी और दीनी हवाले से भी हम SDGs को अचीव करने के पाबंद हैं। और फिर SDGs में जो आपने एक नई गुफ्तगू का आगाज किया कि इसमें एनवायरनमेंट और इसमें सोशल और इसमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी, तो ये भी मैं समझता हूँ कि बेपनाह अहमियत रखते हैं। تو میں چھوٹی سی کہانی آپ کو SDGs کے بارے میں سناتا ہوں. پورے پاکستان میں کوئی ایسی شہر، کوئی ایسی بستی نہیں ہے جہاں SDGs آپ کو ملتے ہیں. بہت دعوے کیے جاتے ہیں. تو وہ اختر حمید خان صاحب کا نام آپ نے سنا ہوگا. انہوں نے، کون نہیں ہے جو ان کی کاوشوں سے واقف نہیں ہے. پاکستان کے سب سے بڑے ڈیولپمنٹ پروفیشنل جنہوں نے سوشل موبلائزیشن، پاورٹی ایلیویشن، بلکہ مائکرو فائنانس تک کا تصور انہوں نے پیش کیا. ڈاکٹر یونس نے تسلیم کیا کہ انہوں نے اختر حمید خان صاحب کے کومیلا پائلٹ پروجیکٹ سے مائکرو فائنانس کا جو شعبہ ہے وہاں سے حاصل کیا. تو اختر حمید خان صاحب کا ایک شعر ہے کہ 1000 شہر بسائے ہیں بادشاہوں نے، اب ایک شہر فقیروں کو بھی بسانے دو. تو ہم نے سوچا کہ ایک چھوٹی سی بستی بنائیں جس میں یہ سارے یا زیادہ سے زیادہ SDGs ہمیں نظر آئیں، تاکہ ہم کسی کو دکھا سکیں کہ اگر کنسالیڈیٹڈ کمپریہنسو وے میں ایک ہولسٹک کنٹیکسٹ میں کسی شہر یا بستی کو ترقی دینی ہے تو یہ شہر آ کے آپ دیکھ سکتے ہیں. تو ابھی وہ بنا نہیں ہے، ہم نے اس کے لیے کوئی 2-3-4 مہینوں سے کوشش کر رہے ہیں. تو میں نے ایک صاحب کو کہا کہ ہم ایک ایسا شہر بنانا چاہتے ہیں جس میں سارے SDGs ہوں گے، یعنی پاورٹی نہیں ہوگی، ہنگر نہیں ہوگی، انوائرمنٹ فرینڈلی ہوگی، سینیٹیشن ہوگی، کلین ڈرنکنگ واٹر ہوگا، پلاسٹک کے لفافے نہیں ہوں گے، سولر انرجی ہوگی، جینڈر ایشوز کو دیکھا جائے گا، اکنامک گروتھ ہوگی، ہاؤسنگ ہوگی. یہ سارے یہی چیزیں ہیں ہماری. ایجوکیشن ہوگی، ہیلتھ ہوگی، سٹنٹنگ نہیں ہوگی. یہ سب سسٹینیبل ڈیولپمنٹ گولز میں. تو یہ ساری چیزیں وہاں پر ہوں گی. وہاں پر پھول بھی ہوں گے، درخت بھی ہوگی، بہار بھی ہوگی. وہاں پر IT کا ایک نظام ہوگا. ہر گھر میں ایک خاتون کو ہم IT کی ٹریننگ دیں گے. ہر بچے کو ہم اسکول لے کے جائیں گے. 100% ویکسینیشن ہوگی. سٹنٹنگ نہیں ہوگی اسکول کے بچوں کو. تو وہ مجھے کہنے لگے کہ پھر یہ پاکستان تو نہ ہوا. تو میں نے انہیں کہا نہیں، یہ اصل پاکستان ہے جس میں آج ہم رہتے ہیں، یہ پاکستان نہیں ہے. اب آپ نے دیکھیے کہ ہمارا مائنڈ سیٹ کیا ہے کہ ہم کسی اچھی چیز کو پاکستان نہیں کہتے، حالانکہ پاکستان ایک آئیڈیا ہے جس کا نام ہی پاکستان. اس سے ہی پتہ چلتا ہے کہ پاک لوگوں کی جگہ. اور پاک کون ہے؟ جو ذہنی، فکری، قلبی اور عملی طور پر پاک ہو. تو یہی سب کچھ سسٹینیبل ڈیولپمنٹ گولز. ہم ایک شہر ایسا بسا رہے ہیں. تو آپ جتنی گفتگو میں نے سنی ہے، میں آپ سب سے دعوت دوں گا کہ آپ اس شہر کو بنانے میں ہماری مدد کریں. آپ وزٹ کریں تو وہاں پر مل کے کام کریں گے تاکہ ہم کسی کو دکھائیں کہ بھئی شہر ایسے ہوتے ہیں. سارے نہیں صحیح 50%، 60% SDGs کو ہم وہاں پر اچیو کر سکتے ہیں. اچھا، اتفاق سے یہ شہر جو ہے، یہ 2 کلومیٹر کے فاصلے پر ہم نے اخوت یونیورسٹی بنائی. اخوت یونیورسٹی بھی ایک نیا تصور ہے. ہم کہتے ہیں کہ علم کی قیمت نہیں لگنی چاہیے. تو جو بچے جن کے ماں باپ فیس دے سکتے ہیں وہ فیس دیں، جو نہیں دے سکتے ان کو بھی تو علم کی ضرورت ہے. تو ہم نے کہا کہ آج پڑھو اور 10 سال بعد فیس دے دینا. اس تصور پر وہ یونیورسٹی اور کالج چل رہا ہے. تو ہم نے ان یونیورسٹی کے بچوں کو SDGs پڑھانے ہیں اور پھر ان کو کہنا ہے کہ تم نے سوشل موبلائزیشن کے عمل کے ذریعے پارٹیسپیشن. اب یہاں پر گڈ گورننس کی بھی بات ہوئی، تو میں تو گڈ گورننس کو سمجھتا ہوں کہ اٹس پارٹیسپیشن، ٹرانسپیرنسی، اکاؤنٹیبلٹی اینڈ رول آف لا. تو ہم بچوں کو کہیں گے کہ آپ لوگوں کے ساتھ پارٹنرشپ کر کے، مل کے، ان کو ایجوکیٹ کر کے، ان کے سوشل کانشیسنس کو بیدار کر کے، ان کو ان کی ذمہ داریوں کا احساس دلا کر مل کے یہ شہر کو ایک خوبصورت شہر بنائیں. اس لیے کہ کل کو کوئی لوگ آ کر ہمیں کہتے ہیں کہ ہم آپ کی یونیورسٹی دیکھنا چاہتے ہیں، تو ہم انہیں یونیورسٹی کی تعمیر شدہ بلڈنگ نہ دکھائیں، کیونکہ سنگ و خشت سو درسگاہیں نہیں ہوتی. کریں گے اہل نظر تازہ بستیاں آباد، میری نظر نہیں سوئے کوفہ و بغداد. تو اہل نظر بس جو ہے وہ درسگاہوں میں سے نکلتے ہیں. تو 10 गाहें दिखाने की बजाय संगो खिश्त या कंप्यूटर या क्लासरूम या लेबोरेटरीज दिखाने की बजाय या वहां पर हंसते खेलते बच्चे दिखाने की बजाय हमने कहा कि हम वो शहर दिखाएंगे कि दिस इज द आउटकम। ये बच्चा, ये एजेंट ऑफ चेंज, ये लीडर, ये एंटरप्रेन्योर जो हमने बनाया है, इसने इस बस्ती को भी आबाद किया है। तो ये भी एक हमारा मकसद था कि हम एक ऐसा शहर बनाएं जिसमें ये सारी खूबियां, खूबसूरती जो है वो नजर आए, और वो बच्चे, और फिर इसके बाद ये रेप्लिकेशन का अमल है। सिर्फ पंजाब में 200 के करीब पब्लिक यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, तो हर यूनिवर्सिटी अगर एक शहर आबाद कर दे, खूबसूरत कर दे, मेरे ख्याल 70,000 बच्चा पढ़ता है पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी, और कम से कम 5-10 हजार असातिज़ा भी हैं। तो वो अगर फैसला कर लें कि लाहौर की एक छोटी सी आबादी को, कच्ची बस्ती को, जो लाहौर पूरा शहर नहीं, तो वो भी कर सकते हैं। फिर आप जैसे लोगों को भी मैं, आपकी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं, आई कैप है, ये सब लोग अगर इस सफर में शामिल हो जाएं तो एक छोटा सा मॉडल क्रिएट करने की बात होती है। फिर उसके बाद उसकी जो रेप्लिकेशन है वो आसान हो जाती है। फिर हम हुकूमत को भी कह सकते हैं। फिर हम, अगर आप मुझे इजाजत दें, तो मैं ये कहूंगा कि मैं हर एमएनए, हर एमपीए को कहूंगा कि आओ मैं तुम्हें दिखाऊं कि कस्बा कैसा होता है। आप जो ख्वाब देते हो लोगों को कि मैं ये करूंगा, मैं ये करूंगा, मैं दूध की नहर, और मैं शहद आम होगा, और इंसाफ तुम्हारी दहलीज पे होगा, और मैं तेशाए फरहाद पकड़ूंगा और चट्टानों को काटता हुआ दूध की नहरें खोद दूंगा, तो ये देख लो, तुम भी कर लो। फिर हम बहुत बड़े बड़े 21वें और 22वीं ग्रेड के जो अफसरान हैं, जिनके साथ हाथ मिलाना भी आम आदमी के लिए एक ख्वाब है, उनके दरे न्याज पे भी दस्तक देंगे कि आओ तुम्हें ले चलें एक सस्टेनेबल, एक एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर, एक गरीब आदमी, नो पॉवर्टी, नो हंगर, 100% एजुकेशन, वैक्सीनेशन, कोई बदबू नहीं है, कोई प्लास्टिक का लफाफा नहीं है, अच्छा, फिर हमने पुलिस वालों से बात की, हमने कहा कि सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स में क्राइम फ्री चीज नामी कोई नहीं है। हाँ, बाकी सारी चीजें मिलके क्राइम को कम करेंगी, ये कि जब ग्रोथ होगी, पॉवर्टी नहीं होगी, लेकिन क्राइम फ्री गोल कोई नहीं है। तो आप हमारे साथ मिले, हम उस शहर को दारुल अमन बनाएंगे, यहाँ पर जुर्म ना हो। जुर्म हो तो कोई इतना बड़ा जुर्म ना हो। अब आप मुझे कहेंगे कि मैं बहुत आइडियलिस्ट हूं, बड़ी अजीब सी बातें कर रहा हूं, लेकिन जिंदगी आइडियलिज्म की तलाश का नाम ही तो है। मैंने उन्हें कहा कि हम उस शहर में ऐसे सोचते हैं कि जब नमाज का वक्त हो तो लोग दुकान ताला लगाए बगैर चले जाएं, और वापस आए तो कुछ चीजें बिक चुकी हों और उनकी कीमत गले में पड़ी हुई हो। ख्वाब देखने पे तो कोई पाबंदी नहीं है, जिंदगी से की जाने वाली जिद है आइडियलिज्म। कभी कभी कोई जिद पूरी भी हो जाती है। तो हमने पुलिस वालों को भी साथ मिला लिया कि जी हम यहाँ पर दारुल अमन बनाएंगे, यहाँ पर एक लेडी पुलिस स्टेशन भी बनेगा। और फिर हमने उलमाए कराम से भी कुछ डायलॉग शुरू कर दिया है कि इस शहर में कोई शख्स ऐसा ना हो जो अपनी बेटी को अपनी विरासत में हिस्सा ना दे। अब आप देखें कि हम सब में से कितने लोग हैं जो अपनी बेटियों को विरासत में हिस्सा देते हैं, उनको वही सलूक करते हैं जो बेटों से करते हैं। पर कितने उलमाए कराम हैं जो मस्जिद और मंबर और मेहराब पर बैठकर ख्वातीन के इस हकूक के बारे में आवाज बुलंद करते हैं। ये जो जेंडर का एसडीजी है, वो पूरा ही उस वक्त होगा जब उस औरत को प्राइवेट अपनी प्रॉपर्टी में हिस्सा मिलेगा, जब उसको तालीम मिलेगी, जब उसको तवज्जो मिलेगी, जब उसको मोहब्बत मिलेगी, जब उसको इज्जत और वकार मिलेगा। तो भूखा, अब आप सबसे पहला एसडीजीज है नो पॉवर्टी या नो हंगर। तो अगर हमसाया भूखा है तो हम कैसे खाना खा सकते हैं? अपनी जरूरत से ज्यादा तो हमें बांटना है। तो बहरहाल, एक तो میں نے شکریہ ادا کیا جناب چیئرمین کا کہ خوبصورت ایک اتنے بڑے لوگوں کو بلایا اور پھر مجھ سے بھی کچھ باتیں کہنے کے لیے کہا، اور ان کا جو رول ہے، اور پھر دوسرا ایس ڈی جیز کے حوالے سے ہی مجھے بات کہنی چاہیے. تو ایک کوشش ہم نے کی، ابھی کچھ بھی نہیں ہوا وہاں پہ، صرف ہم نے کوئی تقریباً 400 لوگوں کو اپنا ساتھی بنایا اس چھوٹے سے شہر میں. They have promised us to be working with us as volunteers. اب ہم نے اس کی باقی چیزوں کی ہم تیاری کر رہے ہیں. سارے چھوٹے چھوٹے 2-2 3-3 4-4 مرلے کے گھر ہیں کو سولر بھی ہم نے دینا ہے. یہ بھی یہاں پر بات ہو رہی تھی کہ فائنینشیل انکلوژن بھی بہت امپورٹنٹ ہے، فائنینشیل سسٹینیبلٹی. تو ہمیں اس کے لیے قرض حسن چاہیے. سارے شہر میں اگر سولر لگ جائے تو کتنی بجلی گریڈ میں واپس چلی جائے گی، ماحول کتنا صاف ہو جائے گا. جو تسلسل ہے ٹوٹ جاتا ہے بجلی کے آنے کا، وہ ختم ہو جائے گا، لوگوں کے اخراجات کم ہو جائیں گے. اور پھر ہم نے وہاں پر آئی ٹی کی ٹریننگ کے انسٹیٹیوٹس بنانے کے لیے، تو اس میں آپ سب لوگ شامل ہوں ہمارے لیے. تیسری چیز جو میں کہنا چاہتا ہوں، ابھی بڑی خوبصورتی سے باتیں سمیٹی ہمارے پچھلے جو اینکر تھے، فیسیلیٹیٹر تھے، انہوں نے کہا جی 3 چیزیں، 3 باٹم لائنز: پروفٹ، پلانٹ، پیپل. بالکل ٹھیک ہے سر. But with all humility, if you allow me to add one more P, اور وہ P میرے نزدیک شاید سب سے اہم ہے. پروفٹ بھی ٹھیک ہے جی، پلانٹ بھی obviously ٹھیک ہے، پیپل بھی ٹھیک ہے، لیکن ایک چیز ہے پروویڈنس. خدا، اس کائنات کا مالک، وہ ہستی جس نے یہ سب کچھ تخلیق کیا، جس کے سامنے ہم جواب دیں. ڈیوائن پروویڈنس، فیتھ پروویڈنس، ریلیجس پروویڈنس، اٹرنل پروویڈنس. ملٹن ایک بہت بڑا شاعر گزرا ہے، اس نے ایک پیراڈائز لاسٹ کے نام سے ایک کتاب لکھی ہے. وہ اس میں ذکر کرتا ہے ڈیوائن اور اٹرنل پروویڈنس کا. تو ہم پروویڈنس کو کیوں بھول گئے ہیں؟ پروویڈنس ول برنگ اکاؤنٹیبلٹی. شکر گزاری کا احساس آئے گا. یہ کائنات، یہ لوگ، یہ بنائے کس نے، اور بنا کے ہمارے حوالے کیوں کیے؟ اور پھر وہ لمحہ کب آنا ہے جب ہم نے اپنے اپنے عمل کا حساب دینا ہے. اس کی رضا کے لیے کام کرنا کیا ہماری سوشل رسپانسبلٹی نہیں ہے، یا ہماری دینی رسپانسبلٹی نہیں ہے، یا بحیثیت انسان ہماری ذمہ داری نہیں ہے؟ وہ اقبال نے کہا تھا نا کہ روز حساب پیش ہو جب میرا دفتر عمل، آپ بھی شرمسار ہو مجھ کو بھی شرمسار کر. تو اس لمحے جب ہم نے اپنے عمل کا حساب دینا ہے تو ہم نے پروویڈنس کو نکال دیا اس ایجنڈے میں سے، پروفٹ ڈال دیا. ٹھیک ہے، ویسٹ کہتا ہے نفع کماؤ، کیپیٹلزم ہے، مارکیٹ اکانومی ہے، جی بھر کے پیسہ کماؤ. بالکل کمانا چاہیے، ہمارا دین بھی کہتا ہے. تو پلانٹ ٹھیک ہے، کائنات کو خوبصورت بنانا چاہیے، آنے والی نسلوں کے لیے، ایگزسٹنس کے لیے، سروائیول کے لیے، سسٹینیبلٹی کے لیے. لیکن یہ کائنات ہے کس کی؟ کس نے بنائی اور کیوں ہمیں دی ہے؟ صرف اپنے لیے ہم کائنات کو خوبصورت نہیں بنا رہے، بلکہ اس کے حکم کے تابع ہیں. ویلیو ایڈیشن ہم نہیں کریں گے تو ہم انسان ہی نہیں ہیں. ایک آدمی میں اور انسان میں یہی فرق ہے کہ انسان جو ہے وہ انسانیت کے لیے سوچتا ہے، آدمی اپنے لیے سوچتا ہے. تو یہ جو ہے وہ غالب کا مجھے شعر یاد آ رہا ہے کہ بس کہ مشکل ہے ہر ایک کام کا آساں ہونا، آدمی کو بھی میسر نہیں انسان ہونا. تو آدمی سے بڑھ کر انسان بننا ایک مشکل امر ہے. تو یہ ساری چیزیں، پھر پیپل بھی ٹھیک ہے، لوگوں کا خیال رکھنا چاہیے. ہمسایہ بھوکا ہے تو ہم کیوں جی بھر کے کھا رہے ہیں؟ لیکن اس سارے کانٹیکسٹ میں یورپ نے، میں بڑا فرینکلی آپ سے بات کر رہا ہوں، شاید کچھ لوگ اس کو irrelevant سمجھیں، لیکن میرے نزدیک سب سے ریلیونٹ اسی چیز کی ہے کہ میں اسی ایجنڈے کو فالو کروں گا جو میرے فیتھ کے ساتھ، میری اقدار کے ساتھ، میری تہذیب کے ساتھ، میری روایات کے ساتھ الائن ہے۔ تو اس ماڈرن ڈسکورس میں، اس ایجنڈا میں ہم نے خدا کو نکال دیا۔ ہم سب کچھ پروفٹ کے لیے کر رہے ہیں، ہم سب کچھ پلانٹ کے لیے کر رہے ہیں، ہم لوگوں کے لیے کر رہے ہیں، لوگ ہمارے کسٹمر بھی ہیں، کلائنٹ بھی ہیں، آرگنائزیشنل جو آرگنائزیشنز کے اندر لوگ بھی ہیں۔ تو اس ساری بحث میں فلسفی کو خدا نہیں مل رہا، اور اس کے بغیر میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ جو اسپرچول ہماری گروتھ ہے وہ رک جائے گی۔ تو یہ ایک چوتھا پی جو ہے، پرویڈنس بھی بیچ میں ہونا چاہیے کہ اس کی رضا کے لیے بھی تو کچھ کام کرنا ہے، وہ ذمہ داریاں بھی تو پوری کرنی ہیں جو بحیثیت انسان ہم پر عائد ہوئی ہیں۔ پہاڑوں نے اس بوجھ کو اٹھانے سے انکار کر دیا، انسان نے اٹھایا۔ تو یہ ڈیوائن پروویڈنس میں سمجھتا ہوں خاص طور پر ہمارے جیسے معاشرے جس میں ریلیجن بڑی اہمیت اختیار کرتا ہے۔ یہاں پر آپ جینڈر کی بات کریں گے لوگ برا منائیں گے، لیکن جب آپ یہاں پر بیٹی کے حقوق کی بات کریں گے تو ان کو احساس ہوگا کہ یہ وہ بات کہہ رہا ہے جو میرا دین بھی مجھے کہتا ہے۔ وہ کیا کہا ہے شاعر نے کہ سیف انداز بیاں رنگ بدل دیتا ہے، ورنہ دنیا میں کوئی بات نئی بات نہیں۔ باتیں تو وہی ہیں، نیکی تو روز ازل سے موجود ہے نا، اور مذاہب جو آئے ہیں یہ نیکی کی تبلیغ کے لیے نہیں آئے۔ نیک تو انسان پہلے سے ہے، پہلے سے اچھے کام کرتا تھا۔ مذاہب تو صرف خدا کی پہچان کے لیے آئے، صرف یہ بتانے کے لیے آئے ہیں کہ یہ دنیا خود بخود تخلیق نہیں ہوئی، اس کے پیچھے اسرار و رموز کا ایک سلسلہ ہے، اور یہ سلسلہ روز و شب جو ہے یہ کسی کا ایک سوچا سمجھا فیصلہ ہے۔ تو اس ہستی کو ہم نکال دیں اپنی ڈسکورس میں سے، ترقی میں سے، اکنامک گروتھ میں سے، تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ شاید ہم وہ جو ایس ڈی جیز ہیں ہو سکتا ہے اچیو ہو جائیں، لیکن بہرحال اس کے اندر جو پرفیکشن اور جو اسپرچویلٹی کا ایلیمنٹ ہے اور جو خدا کا تصور اس کے اندر شامل ہو کے ہمیں سرخرو کر سکتا ہے اس قیامت کے لمحہ جب ہم سے ہمارے عمل کا حساب مانگنا ہے، اس کو بھی اگر ہم شامل کر لیں تو شاید اور اچھی بات ہوگی۔ اثر کرے نہ کرے سن تو لے میری فریاد، نہیں ہے داد کا طالب یہ بندہ ہے آزاد، یہ بھی کسی نے کہا۔ اور پھر وہ غالب کا ایک اور اچھے لوگ مجھے نظر آ رہے ہیں نا یہاں پہ، بہت سارے جو میرے مہربان ہیں، تو مجھے ذرا اچھے شعر بھی یاد آ رہے ہیں۔ بنتی نہیں ہے بادہ و ساغر کہے بغا، وہ جو غالب کا شعر ہے کہ ہر چند ہو مشاہدہ حق کی گفتگو، بنتی نہیں ہے بادہ و ساغر کہے بغیر۔ تو خدا کا نام لیے بغیر بات بنتی نہیں ہے۔ جس کی یہ کائنات ہے اس کو نکال کے ہم اس کو کیسے سسٹینیبل بنائیں گے؟ تو یہ میری تیسری بات تھی۔ اب آپ حیران ہوں گے کہ میں مائکرو فائنانس کرتا ہوں، چھوٹے قرضے دیتا ہوں، کیسی الجھی ہوئی باتیں میں آج کر رہا ہوں آپ کے سامنے۔ وہ آپ کی اس گفتگو نے مجھے انسپائر کیا کہ میں بھی اپنا نقطۂ نظر آپ کے سامنے پیش کروں۔ تو بس سر یہی چند باتیں، میں نے بہت کچھ سیکھا سسٹینیبلٹی، سوشل اور گورننس کے حوالے سے۔ ظاہر ہے سسٹینیبلٹی میں سوسائٹل ایلیمنٹس اور باقی چیزیں اگر شامل نہیں ہوں گی تو وہ دائمی نہیں ہو سکتی۔ گورننس کو بھی بہتر ہونا چاہیے۔ انوائرمنٹ کے بارے میں جتنا یہ بڑا سٹیپ لیا گیا SECP اپنے ہمارے چارٹرڈ اکاؤنٹنٹ نے اور انسٹیٹیوٹ آف چارٹرڈ اکاؤنٹنٹس آف پاکستان نے، میں تو ان کا بہت پہلے دن سے بڑا مداح ہوں۔ لیکن میں نے چند ایک چیزیں جو عرض کی ہیں وہ یہی ہیں کہ اس پوری گفتگو میں پروویڈنس کا بھی ہونا چاہیے ذکر، پھر میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ہم دوسروں کے حقوق پھر ہم ادا کریں گے. ہم اپنا حق مانگتے ہیں، ہر وقت ہم حق مانگتے ہیں، اپنا فرض کے بارے میں کبھی ہم نہیں سوچتے. اور قرآن پاک ایک ایسی کتاب ہے جس میں حقوق کا ذکر بعد میں آتا ہے، فرائض کا ذکر پہلے آتا ہے. میں محدود سے علم کی بنا پہ کہتا ہوں، اگر میں غلط ہوں تو اللہ تعالیٰ مجھے معاف کرے گا کہ قرآن میں کہیں بھی نہیں کہا کہ یہ میرا حق ہے. ہمیشہ یہ کہا گیا کہ تمہارا فرض ہے، والدین کی خدمت فرض ہے، نیکی فرض ہے، نماز فرض ہے، زکوٰۃ فرض ہے، دینا فرض ہے، اس کائنات کی خوبصورت بنانا فرض ہے، درخت تک نہ کاٹنے کا جنگ میں بھی اصول بتا دیے. تو دوسری بات جو میں نے کہی اس میں پھر سے آپ کو دعوت دیتا ہوں کہ ہم یہاں سے کوئی 40 منٹ کے فاصلے پہ مصطفیٰ آباد نامی ایک بستی ہے جس میں ہم یہ کام شروع کرنا چاہتے ہیں. اچھا، میں نے بستیوں میں آپ اگر گھومنا شروع کر دیں نا تو آپ کو نئی نئی چیزیں نظر آتی ہیں، فہم و فراست اور دانش بھی وہاں پر عام نظر آتی ہے. مجھے پہلی دفعہ پتہ چلا کہ پاکستان میں شہداء کا سب سے بڑا قبرستان وہاں پر ہے. 65 کے دوران کھیم کرن کے محاذ پر 55 پاکستان کے سپاہیوں نے شہادت کا رتبہ حاصل کیا اور وہ سب کے سب وہاں دفن. ایک عجیب سی مسحور کن خوشبو ہے اگر آپ وہاں جائیں اس قبرستان میں جہاں 55 شہید سوئے ہوئے ہیں، جاگ رہے ہیں. تو ہم نے کہا کہ اس کو بھی خوبصورت بنائیں گے. اور لاہور سے لوگ واقعہ بارڈر جاتے ہیں وہ پریڈ دیکھنے، ان کو کہیں گے کہ ایک دن شہداء کی قبر پر دعا کے لیے بھی حاضر ہو جاؤ. تو میں بہت مشکور ہوں سر آپ کا، مجھے دعوت دی گئی. نہ جانے میں کوئی ریلیونٹ بات کہہ بھی سکا کہ نہیں، لیکن کیا ہے سسٹینیبلٹی، کیا ہے گروتھ، کیا ہے ترقی، کیا ہے انصاف، کیا ہے کسی کے آنسو پوچھنا، کیا ہے ایک خوبصورت معاشرے کی تشکیل، کیا ہے سیاسی سماجی معاشی انصاف. میں نے ایک کتاب لکھی ہے، آپ کو میں سب کو تحفے میں پیش کروں گا، سیلاب کی کہانی، کچھ ان کی کچھ ہماری زبانیں. آپ یقین کریں میں نے سیلاب میں بہت سے شہروں میں گیا اور میں نے جو کچھ دیکھا وہ چیزیں ہمارے سیمینارز کا موضوع نہیں بنتی. میں آپ کو صرف ایک کہانی، چھوٹی سی واقعہ ہے، ایک آدھ منٹ کا، میں سنا کے پھر اجازت لوں گا. میں گیا کوٹ چھوٹا نامی جگہ ہے ڈی جی خان میں، تو ایک عورت سے میں نے پوچھا کیا ہوا. وہ ہوش و حواس سے بیگانہ بیٹھی ہوئی تھی، لوگ پانی میں گھرے ہوئے تھے، کھانا نہیں تھا، چھت نہیں تھی، کچھ بھی نہیں. تو اس کے بال بکھرے ہوئے، بیگانہ سی تھی اپنے آپ سے. تو میں نے کہا کیا ہوا بیوی؟ تو کہتی کچھ بھی نہیں ہوا، یہ ہمارا بستی تھی، گھر تھے، سامنے میدان تھا، اچانک بارش ہوئی اور پانی، پہاڑ بھی قریب ہیں، ادھر سے پانی آنے لگ پڑا. میرا بچہ اپنے دوستوں کے ساتھ اس سامنے والے میدان میں کھیل رہا تھا، وہ سارے ڈوب گئے. ایک تحیر کے عالم میں اس نے کہا وہ سارے ڈوب گئے. لیکن مجھے پتا ہے یہ پانی چند دنوں میں واپس چلا جائے گا اور پھر سے وہ کھیلتے ہوئے، ہنستے ہوئے، مسکراتے ہوئے میرے پاس آئیں گے اور میرا بچہ میری گود میں بیٹھ جائے گا. اب میں اسے کیسے بتاتا کہ اب وہ بچہ لوٹ کے نہیں آئے گا. یہ کہانی، ہم سسٹینیبل ڈیولپمنٹ گول یہ وہ بہت بڑی بڑی باتیں کرتے ہیں، کسی کے دل تک پہنچنا ہو تو اس کو کہانی سنائیں. اس ایک کہانی میں سارے سسٹینیبل ڈیولپمنٹ گولز ہیں. اس میں پاورٹی بھی ہے، اس میں ہنگر بھی ہے، اس میں انوائرمنٹ بھی ہے، اس میں بارش بھی ہے، اس میں کلین ڈرنکنگ واٹر بھی ہے، اس میں موسمیات بھی ہیں، اس میں آب و ہوا بھی ہے، اس میں گرین گیسز بھی ہیں. اور جو ویسٹ ہمارے ساتھ ظلم کر رہا ہے کہ 0.01% ہمارا شیئر نہیں ہے گرین گیسز میں. کبھی سسٹینیبل ڈیولپمنٹ گولز میں بات کرتے ہوئے اس ظلم، اس نیو کولونیلزم کا کسی نے ذکر کیا ہے؟ कि पाकिस्तान जैसे ममालिक का 0.01 और जिनका 35% शेयर है ग्रीन गैसेस में, कोई है जो उनके गिरबान में हाथ लगाए, पकड़े उनको? किसने ये बारिशें, क्यों बारिशें हो रही हैं, क्यों मौसम बदल रहे हैं? ये SDGs तो खाक में मिल जाएंगे अगर ये मौसम ही तब्दील, ये क्लाइमेट ही बदल गई। ये हर रोज तूफान 3 करोड़ पाकिस्तान के लोग, वो कहा कि किसी ने कि एक ऐसी पानी की एक लहर थी जिसमें पाकिस्तान को 2 हिस्सों में डिवाइड कर दिया। तो ये सारी की सारी बहस बेमानी है। क्लाइमेट के बारे में बात ना की जाए और फिर उन लोगों के बारे में बात ना की जाए जिन्होंने इस क्लाइमेट को बर्बाद किया है। ले सांस भी आहिस्ता कि नाजुक है बहुत काम, आफाक की इस कारगहे शीशा गरी। ये आफाक शीशा गरी, ये बहुत नाजुक है। ये कायनात मजबूती के बावजूद तो हमें एक एक सांस लेते हुए सोचना है। तो वो ये इस औरत की कहानी में सब कुछ है। नाइंसाफी भी है, इसमें सियासत भी है। हम सियासत से दूर भागते हैं, इसमें सियासत भी है। क्या मांग रही है वो औरत? क्यों वो होशो हवास खो बैठी? ये चंद बातें, आज कुछ दर्द मेरे दिल में सिवा होता है, रखियो गालिब मुझे इस तल्ख नवाई पे मुआफ। आज कुछ दर्द मेरे दिल में सिवा होता है। न जाने क्यों आज ये बातें आपसे हुई, तो मैं बेहद मशकूर हूँ इस इज्जत अफजाई का। लेकिन चंद चीजें मैं आपको जो आपसे बड़ी ह्यूमिलिटी और इनकसार के साथ शेयर की हैं, इन पर गौर जरूर कीजिए। बेहद शुक्रिया।
Yeah, I'm just Sakib sir. For closing remarks, I would like to request on stage the chairman SCCP. During his tenure at SCCP, he has contributed significantly towards instituting various legal and regulatory reforms for enhanced corporate governance, transparency, investor education, investor protection, risk management, and now sustainability as well. Please help me welcome on stage Mr. ICAP SECP.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Dr. Muhammad Amjad Saqib Sahib, Founder and Chairman, Akuwat Foundation, Vice President, Institute of Chartered Accountant, Asad Feroz, distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I think before the formal speech, I think जो Dr. Saab ने बात की, maybe some people will be able to understand what's the connection, but जो मैंने समझा है वो मैं जरूर बयान कर दूंगा. I think चाहे वो Code of Corporate Governance हो, Code of Honor हो, या ESG targets हो, या sustainability हो, it has to come from the heart. Otherwise, it doesn't make any difference. कोई regulator, कोई regulation, nothing will be able to achieve anything until unless it's coming from the heart. I think Mamosh बात कर रहे थे training के हवाले से, जो भी discussions we use, it has to come from the heart. People have to accept it as it is, as it's their own, rather than seeing it as a regulatory intervention or international standard. Whose context, that's how I see the whole message coming out from Dr. Saab's speech. And it's a pleasure to be here and witness knowledgeable presentations on emerging disclosure practices and exchange of ideas on opportunities and challenges for a sustainable ecosystem. I'll begin by extending my gratitude to Dr. Muhammad Amjad Saqib Sahib for gracing today's event. I greatly appreciate our event partner, Institute of Chartered Accountant of Pakistan, for its collaboration and generous cooperation in holding the capacity building symposium.
I also commend all the speakers and panelists who have shared their views on the need for a cohesive and synergized action plan. Now, coming back to the theme itself, as we all are aware globally, ESG considerations have become increasingly important in today's business world. I think they go beyond the business world, they are impacting our life on a daily basis in a different manners. In case of Pakistan, we face great environment, social and economic challenges due to climate change risks, availability of relevant and complete information and reporting mechanism are even more relevant in the local context. The corporate sector is under pressure to not only meet financial objectives of the shareholders, but an ever-increasing focus is being placed on companies by all stakeholders to operate in an environmentally and socially responsible manner while having strong governance practices in place. The role of transparent, relevant, concise, comparable disclosure is extremely important to ensure that the risks and opportunities are clearly disseminated to all stakeholders, including investors. Therefore, considering transparency as one of the key objectives of SECP, the need for preparedness to embrace international advancement in sustainability reporting framework is one of the key regulatory agenda. We all agree business can create a more resilient and stable economy by prioritizing sustainability measures and that benefits both current and future generations. However, it is imperative that we move towards a more holistic, cohesive national agenda as opposed to our isolated efforts, something which I'll touch on again a little later. During and post the ESG symposium in January 2023, held in Karachi, I had the opportunity of interacting and sharing ideas with representatives of institutions and companies. There was a consensus that all relevant stakeholders should sit together and focus efforts collectively for providing a cohesive action plan to align their activities to promote sustainable development for regulated sector. I'm glad that SECP was able to bring relevant stakeholders of ESG ecosystem under one roof and also share a draft action plan for practically moving towards tangible results. And I'll be honest, I myself was surprised. The team has worked, the praise they're getting in terms of the roadmap, not only from here, but from the IFC also, must commend them here. Feedback on action plan draft shared with the panelists is a positive assurance, and all the stakeholders recognize the pressing need and addressing sustainability related issues in a pragmatic manner. Building on the discussions during the day, I'll focus more on the role of SECP to address ESG ecosystem and what aspirations we have for future. Firstly, building on corporate governance regime and ESG roadmap, SECP remains committed to advocacy and capacity building efforts. The session today is part of these efforts. We foresee further engagement in future with concentration to investor and sector-specific sessions. Secondly, considering disclosure of both non-financial and financial information is being demanded by investors to make sustainable investment choices, the challenge for securities regulator is therefore to ensure effective, timely, and clear implementation of regulatory intervention. Thirdly, SECP will continue to create synergies between diverse stakeholders and finalize a cohesive plan. I'm pleased that the preliminary efforts for drafting a baseline document for action plan was well received. Moving ahead, based on the feedback by stakeholders, the action plan will be finalized to outline the cohesive strategy for regulated sector and provide clarity to stakeholders on their role and expectations along with associated timelines, thereby giving strategic direction to ESG roadmap. Lastly, SECP will continue to collaborate with companies, multilateral agencies, industry groups, and government agencies to share knowledge and best practice and to advocate for policies and regulation that support sustainable development. Companies in Pakistan are at different stage of adopting practice, and I hope that this momentum is further driven at a faster pace. I think in the morning session, a gentleman and a lady from packages were sitting here, and the gentleman from most probably Fauji Fertilizer said that their engineer, one was a chemical, another was a mechanical, and they were trying to distance themselves from the accountants, which are in majority here. I am neither an accountant nor an engineer. That just shows that when it comes to ESG, it doesn't matter who you are. It is, as a human being, it impacts us all. So I think I picked up an idea during the first session. I did touch with Farooq Khan, Farooq Rahman, and even Farooq Khan also. I think we need to develop, and later on, the idea was endorsed by the comments made by gentlemen from IFC in shape of sustainable banking and finance network. I think we need to develop something similar at the country level. SECP is willing to take the lead. It has to be a forum where people can interact, irrespective of where they are, irrespective of the size. Of course, when ICAP put something on its websites, it's viewed as an accountant's perspective. When something comes in from an engineer or a operational side, it's viewed as from their perspective. I think we need to bring people, irrespective of their background, irrespective of the size. It's the commitment, something which came out very, very sort of strongly, and something which I was very pleasantly surprised, both in Karachi and even today, is what action are being taken by the corporate sector individually. I think we need to celebrate those things. We need to highlight those things among the corporate sector, and they should act as a leading light rather than as a regulatory requirement. I think it sort of sinks in with what Dr. Sab said. People need to adopt it the way as a self-beneficiary aspect of it rather than as a regulatory requirement. I'll conclude my thoughts by asserting that it is important to strategize sustainability consideration, and this symposium today will prove to be the first step in moving towards a more cohesive approach. I'm also hopeful that in future such sessions will further open dialogue and find means to address the transition challenges of cost and implication for corporate stakeholders, particularly considering our economic challenges. Finally, once again, I would like to express my gratitude to Chief Guest Dr. Amjad Saab for sharing his valuable thoughts. I will also extend my appreciation for the team of SECP and ICAP involved in arranging this premium symposium, and the speakers, the panelists, moderators, guests for making this event a success. I'm hopeful that we will continue to synergize in delivering value for a sustainable capital market, corporate sector, and for our overall economy. I'm confident that together we shall pave way for a secure and sustainable future for our generations to come. Thank you. I think nobody complained, but I will do, because ESG is taking its role here. Even this, the cold wind which is being thrown here at night.
Thank you. In order to give shields to our the speakers, may I request on stage the past presidents of ICAP, Rashid Rahman Mir Saab, Jafar Hussain Saab, and Ishaq Saab. To receive this shield, may I request Ms. Musarat Javeen.
Can I request Zora and Zonish also to accompany me? I would love to have them on stage.
May I request on stage Mr. Suhail Malik. Thank you, sir. I would like to request on stage to give some mementos, council members of ICAP, Zishan Ejaz and Mohammad Maqbool Saab. May I request on stage Mr. Sabir Mahmood. Not the only engineer. I would like to request on stage the other engineer, Ms. Aisha Aziz. I would like to request on stage our chief guest, Dr. Amjad Saqib, Mr. Akif Said, Chairman SCCP, Vice Presidents of ICAP, Asad Firoz and Arsan Khalid, and the Chairman Accounting Senate Committee, Mr. Farooq Rahman, to come on stage and present the rest of the mementos. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Syed Imran Rizvi. Requesting on stage Mr. Farooq Khan Saab. Requesting on stage Mr. Shehzad Ashraf. Mr. Muhammad Kamran. I would request the shield to be presented to Mr. Farooq Rahman. I would request the shield to be presented to Mr. Akif Said Saab. Just up. And a small token of our appreciation for Amjad Saqib sir. For a group photo, I would like to request all the speakers, panelists, past presidents, council members to be on stage. Also, our chairman NRC, Mara Gunda Saiba, please join us on stage for a group photograph.
Sorry, pre-ordering.